Just do a quick mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Yep, I can hear you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. And welcome to the 2021 ATC Technical Seminar. I'd like to start today by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands on which we are meeting. I'd like to pay my respect to their elders, past, present and emerging. Good morning, everyone. My name's David Bones, and I'm the outgoing chair of the Australian Technical Committee, and I'm pleased to be with you this morning to kick off proceedings. Now, I'm joined today by Angela Klepak. Angela is taking over from me as the Technical Convener Chair, and we'll be doing a bit of a tag team across the day, hosting the session for you. I've known Angela now for quite some time, both as a board member of Cigre Australia and before that in her time as a panel chair for the B3 panel. And I'm sure that I'm handing over to a really safe pair of hands in Angela. And you'll get to hear a bit more from Angela later in the day. Alrighty, so what we're going to do today, we're running this event as a hybrid. In Brisbane here, we're fortunate enough to be able to meet face-to-face, and a big thank you to Energy Queensland for putting on the venue for us today. So it's kind of a strange experience to be meeting face-to-face, but a pleasurable one. And hopefully by the time we're doing this next year, we'll all be face-to-face and we can dispense with the virtual process. So look, what we're about today is we're about trying to give all of you who are attending a bit of a snapshot on the technical activities that are going on within Cigre. The way we're going to do that is we've got presentations from each of our 16 panel conveners. And I'll say a few words just opening, just to introduce a bit about the structure of Cigre and why it is that you're hearing from 16 people. Conscious that we've probably got a mix in terms of people who are attending. There'll be people who will know a little bit about one area of Cigre in quite a lot of detail, and there'll be others who are trying to get an overview. I should just point out also we are recording the session today, and our intention is that the session will be available through the Cigre YouTube channel later on, and so that's will stand for the year. So anyone during the year who wants to understand a bit more about Cigre Australia and how they can participate can do so by jumping onto that YouTube panel. So I mentioned that we've got 16 presenters today from each of the panels. So for those who are new to Cigre, Cigre is organised internationally around 16 different areas of technical investigation, or 16 domains, grouped into study committees. And within Australia, our structure is we have an Australian panel which mirrors the international arrangements. And you can see in the table there the list of the 16 panels, the titles or the subject areas that each panel focuses on, and the convener. And you'll note for about 6 of those panels, there's 2 names. And what happens every odd year is we have roughly about a third of our panel conveners come to the end of their 6-year term, and we have a transition to the new convener. And so that's why you're seeing 2 names there. So we're going to also today mark the transition with outgoing conveners. The process for today, we're going to run in 3 sessions. Each session's roughly following the same approach. We've got pre-recorded presentations from a group of panel conveners. We'll play those and then we'll come back together for some questions. If during the presentation there's a question that arises for you, please feel free to use the chat box to drop in a question. There's also going to be the opportunity, you can virtually raise your hand during the question session and ask a question directly. If you are dropping something into the chat box, just so as we can track which convener you're asking a question of, maybe use the identifier for the panel. So if you've got a question for A2, type in A2 and then the question, and we'll know how to direct it. We've got a few extra presentations today. So we've got Alex Cruikshank, who will be joining us In the second session, Alex is a member of the International Technical Committee and the Study Committee Chair for C5. So he's going to give us a bit of an international perspective and also update us on arrangements for the Cairns Symposium. And then in the session after lunch, we are going to award this year's recipient for the Outstanding Academic Award, and we'll be joined by Professor Kalam Akbar, who's our award winner for this year. And we'll say a little bit more about that award in that session. I'll hosted the first session, and I'll be handing over to Angela to host the second session. All right, so the first session we're going to kick off with covers the A and D panels. So we're going to hear information about rotating machines, transformers, transmission distribution equipment, materials and test techniques, information and telecommunication systems. So a fairly diverse set of topics to get us underway. And now, if the technology works, we'll play the presentation.
Hi, my name is Tri Train, the current winner for Cigre Australian Panel A1 in rotating electrical machines. I am pleased to present the 2021 Annual Summary Report for the A1 Australian Panel. As an overview, the Study Committee A1 main purpose is to focus on the development of new technologies and the international exchange of information and knowledge in the field of rotating electrical machines. To add value to this information and knowledge by means of synthesizing state-of-the-art practices and developing guidelines and recommendations. There are 4 advisory groups and study areas in Study Committee A1. Turbo Generators Group focuses on condition assessments, maintenance, refurbishments, power upgrade, asset management, and long-term health assessments. Hydro Generators Group has the same focus on Turbo Generators Group. Non-conventional rotating machines group focuses on the wind turbine generators and superconducting machines. In addition, it also involves in reviewing grid code as impact on generators. Large motors and drive groups focuses on motors greater than 1 kilovolt and 500 kilowatts. Benefits of high efficiency motors, variable speed drive motors, and impact of flexible operations on large motors. Key areas of interest: asset management to extend the life of existing generators or to recommend their replacement. Machine monitoring, diagnosis and prognosis to perform optimal maintenance. Enhancements in the construction of large turbo generators and hydro generators. Renewable generations, large motors and high efficiency motors. High efficiency rotating electrical machines with new materials, improving cooling and insulation system in generators and motors. Utilization of polymer nanocomposite as near future high voltage electrical insulation in rotating electrical machines. I'm pleased to report this year A1 Study Committee has 26 active working groups. 11 of them are at final stage. In particular, 3 technical brochures being finalized. From Study Committee A133 on guide for cleanliness and storage of generators. From Study Committee A148 on guidance on high-speed testing of turbo generator rotors. From Study Committee A154 on impact of flexible operation on large motors. 9 working groups are in progress. 6 working groups have started. 26 papers were submitted to Paris. A1 Study Committee Chairman reported at Paris 2021 virtual session on working group status review, technical council meeting and activities, study committee scope and strategic direction, more focus on wind generation and synchronous condensers, paper submission and review process. One tutorial was presented at Paris virtual session on the 18th of August 2021. The topic was impact of flexible operation on large motors, presented by Working Group A154, Mr. John Doyle, Tom Beckwith, and Peter Weir. Due to COVID-19 pandemic, the 2021 Paris session this year was conducted online. 3 preferential subjects this year were generation mix of the future, effect and risk of an increasing renewable power mix on existing legacy generators, generator auxiliaries and motors, improvements in design and maintenance practices to comply with new and future grid requirements, evolution and trends in new machines for renewable generation, asset management of electrical machines, experience with refurbishment, replacement, design improvements, power uprating, and efficiency improvement of aged generators and motors, optimize condition monitoring, diagnosis, prognosis, and maintenance practices to improve reliability and extend operational life. Operational and project experience, installation, failure analysis, robotic inspection, recovery option, cost and time reduction initiatives, and effect of torsional electromechanical oscillation for synchronous condensers, wind turbine generators, turbo generators, hydro generators, and motors. Development of rotating machine and operational experiences, designs, specifications, materials, manufacturing, maintenance, performance, and efficiency improvement of electrical machines, condition monitoring technique and equipment. The study committee A1 activities in the areas of turbo and hydro generators are particularly relevant to Australia. For example, the technical brochure 690 just recently completed on vibration and stability problem experience in new, old, and refurbished hydro generators. Working Group A129 guide on new generator grid interaction requirements. This is highly relevant to prevent the widespread state blackouts similar to that in 2016 in South Australia. Working Group A131, state-of-the-art of stator widening support in slot area and widening overhang of hydro generators. Working Group A137, generator stator widening support system experience, highly relevant to the older turbo and hydro generators where they experience high-end widening vibrations. New working group, joint working group A1C466 in progress, guide on synchronous condensers for system inertia, short circuit withstand capability, and megavar support in power grid and high level of renewable energy generation. New working group A170 just started, dielectrics dissipation factor measurement of stator windings, relevant to winding diagnostic, particularly to the aging fleet in Australia. About Australian panel AU-A1 rotating electrical machines. The AU-A1 panel currently has 14 members and 2 experts, representing all states of Australia. Due to COVID-19, again, the panel can only meet online in 2021. Members participated most study committee A1 working groups. Members shared experience in the form of presentations at panel meetings in a wide range of topics such as generator, motor failures, abnormal operations, major overhaul experience, new industry practice and technologies, generator condition monitoring, successes in managing old generators, and so on. Members make a contribution to technical papers and networking. Thank you for listening. Now I invite your questions, or alternatively, you can send me an email to my email address on the first slide. Thank you. Hi, my name is Tri Tran, the current.
Hello everyone, I'm Ross Willoughby, the convener of AU-A2, and I will present to you an update for 2021 on the activities of Study Committee A2 and the Australian Mirror Panel AU-A2, with their focus on power transformers and reactors. The scope for the A2 Study Committee includes all kinds of power transformers, including special ones such as high voltage DC converter transformers and phase shifting transformers. Also, all kinds of reactors are studied, including series and shunt reactors. In terms of their life cycle, 4 key domains are looked at: procurement, manufacture, operation, and maintenance. The main activity of the study committee this year was the virtual centennial session, where an online group discussion meeting was held on the 24th and 25th of August. The Paris studio was used to host the meeting, a picture of the studio set up on the slide, and 3 preferential subjects were considered, and we'll look at those in turn next. During the session for preferential subject 1, the convener of working group A260 reported their update on the topic of dynamic thermal behavior of power transformers. The best paper presentation came from the USA on the impact of reverse power flow on transformers. Conclusions for the preferential subject were that new requirements on transformers at all voltage levels are needed for renewable energy production. Fast-acting shunt reactors are required for power system stabilization, and new simulation and test procedures were discussed to meet actual service conditions, example being fiber optic temperature measurement. In the session for preferential subject 2, the update report from working group A2C4 54 on high frequency transformer models for non-standard waveforms was presented. The best paper presentation came from Austria on the topic verification of withstand capability for very fast transients for a 200 MVA 500 kV generator step-up transformer, verification by modeling and testing. The précis of the papers for that session are as follows. Special calculation and factory acceptance tests are required if transformer and shunt reactors are connected to GIS. In regard to impulse testing, consider testing under service conditions or try to simulate that. Consider the way the line terminals are connected. Consider the connection of external surge arresters. On the topic of partial discharge measurement, it was found that most PD measurements are performed sporadically and using on-site testing. Acoustic measurements are used to localize partial discharge when it's ascertained it exists. Most partial discharge measurements on high voltage bushings are performed on site. Coupled with that, for the condition assessment of HV and EHV bushings, the importance of the tan delta measurement on the C1 part of the bushing, the condenser core, has to be corrected to 20 degrees C as a basis of comparison and assessment. In the session for Preferential Subject 3, there were 2 updates provided. Joint Working Group A2 D151 reported on their proposal for a calibration method for UHF PD detectors and measurement. Working Group A262 reported on the progress of their topic analysis of transformer reliability. The best paper presentation went to France for improving the reliability of key power transformers through prudent specification writing. And however, that paper was narrow in its context with generator transformers for nuclear power plant. However, the topic equally applies to any power transformer. In conclusion, the session PS3 looked at new insulating material, ester, having been used already in all voltage classes, and with retrofilling of esters to carefully consider the material properties such as arc quenching capability, viscosity, dielectric properties, and importantly, the interaction of that liquid with the original materials in the transformer. With respect to specification and lifetime, discussion there on bidirectional power flow and how voltage, current, and flux distortion should be considered during the design process. For asset management, the use of multiple data, example with DGA, should combine the uncertainty of each measurement in the methodology. Health index of power transformers should consider non-linear aggregation to prevent single component failure averaging, distorting the evaluation or the assessment. High voltage DC transformers, the aging is quite different to AC transformers. That's due to the different aging processes and of course the service stresses involved. For geomagnetically induced current, the compliance for that, proof is required with calculations and tests, including thermal assessment. The group discussion meeting provided an opportunity for NGN speakers to present papers as well. So in the table we have 4 NGN presenters with their interesting topics. We also have the working group conveners that provided updates for their respective working group topics. And Pierre Boss started off with these proceedings with the short history of our study committee. And on the subject of working groups currently active, there are 2 joint working groups, 10 working groups specific to Study Committee A2, and 1 task force. 7 Australian Cigre members are participating either as a convener or a working group representative or as a corresponding member. Their names are highlighted in green in this table. Several Australian and New Zealand utilities also participated in the survey on transformer failure statistics. This was requested by Working Group A262, working on the subject of transformer reliability. Now, for the activities of the Australian panel, we held a webinar on the topic of transformer reliability and performance. This webinar was delivered with pre-recorded presentations over 2 half days on the 18th and 20th of May, and finished with a 3-hour online question time to the expert panel on the 26th of May. The topics align with the study committee's current focus on transformer reliability. 11 speakers provided delegates with diverse presentations, ranging on prudent specification, site testing, site refurbishment, and new technology. Dan Martin provided an update on the working group that is already active on transformer reliability. Clearly, this topic has high relevance to the Australian power industry. The likely 2021 deliverables comprise 2 technical brochures and 2 reference papers. However, these may slip over to 2022, given it is already late November and they are not yet approved for publication. The reference papers on the condition of solid insulation after factory processing and at the end of life are of special interest to the Australian power industry and current research. The technical brochures scheduled for 2022 include work on transformer sound levels, life extension, losses and efficiency, the effects of DC magnetisation, and lastly, on the topic of site installation, pre-commissioning and trial operation. Study Committee A2 has developed a comprehensive green book on transformer procurement. It's based around the trilogy of technical brochures 528, 529 and 530 that discussed and focused on specification, conducting design reviews, and assessing the capability of a factory. The Green Book encompasses the whole procurement process by adding to those topics consideration for design, manufacture, and factory test aspects, as well as transportation, site installation, and trial operation. Some chapters have already been submitted to the publisher, Springer Verlag, so it's getting close to finalising. The second Green Book has already been proposed by the study committee, and that is on the topic of transformer life management. And now looking ahead to future events in 2022, the Transformer one-day workshop will return as a face-to-face workshop that is scheduled for the Monday, the 4th of April, immediately ahead of TechCon held in Melbourne. Later in the year, the Paris session will have the study committee meeting in closed and open sessions, and the poster sessions should be held at that time as well. In 2023 and March or April of that year, coinciding with TechCon, and depending on the timing of that, another Transformer one-day workshop will be held. Later, October 2023, A2 colloquium and study committee meeting will be held in Split in Croatia. Well, that concludes my presentation. It also concludes my term as convener of the panel, AUA2. So I'm pleased to announce the incoming convener will be Matt Gibson, Matt working with Ausgrid in Sydney. Thank you for your attention. Cheers.
Hello, my name is Wayne Pepper, and I'm going to provide today an overview of what's happening in Cigre panel A3. A3 covers transmission and distribution equipment. The scope of A3 is responsible for the theory, design, and construction of equipment used in substations. Mainly outdoor substations, you'd find our equipment, such as switching equipment, surge arresters, capacitors, bushings, insulators, instrument transformers. We don't cover power transformers, and we don't cover GIS in indoor substations. The areas of interest for A3 are innovative technologies, requirements for equipment in changing network conditions, incorporation of intelligence in equipment, new and improved testing techniques, mitigation methods for overstressing and overloads, amongst other things. The main technical challenges are the 3 Ds that have been highlighted through Cigre. That is decentralisation, decarbonisation and digitalisation. So we're looking at the impact of renewable generation, looking at environmental and climatic impacts, sustainability and life cycle for equipment, digitalisation and automation of equipment, sensors and data analytics, and asset management and condition assessment. So from all these areas, new working groups are being looked at to look at these areas. The main trends currently with A3 type equipment involve increasing ratings, higher voltages and lower voltages as well, local generation, more offshore generation, how we can use equipment in wind turbines, generator circuit breakers involved with wind turbines, the environmental concerns with SF6, and what are we going to do with alternatives to SF6, and that includes developing high voltage vacuum switchgear. Digitalisation, with digital substations and 61850 communications, DC technology, the more DC networks coming along, and fast drive technology, which involves fault current limitation. So what did we do this year? This year's big item was the Paris virtual session in August this year. A3, for A3 we had a tutorial on the state of the art of DC circuit breakers in transmission. So what's happening in DC circuit breakers, the tutorial involved with that. There was a workshop involved with SF6 free alternatives, involving the B3 panel as well. We had a technical session. We had 2 4-hour sessions of online contributions. These contributions were a response to special recorder questions to papers that were written for the 2020 Cigre session. From this, we had 34 contributions. The sessions were split into 8 topic areas, from which we had 3 original preferential subjects. So I was involved with the virtual session. I was a special reporter and a moderator for 2 topic areas, which is the instrument transformers and equipment reliability. So the big things that came out of the contributions at the technical session was there was 11 contributions on non-SF6 alternatives. So this is a big area where we've got companies looking at equipment development and trials and with tests on with equipment using non-SF6 alternatives. Also DC circuit breakers and non-conventional instrument transformers, the use of these are increasing. So what was delivered this year? One technical brochure was released. It's technical brochure 830. The green books, we've still got the green book. The A3 green book was produced in 2018, which covers switching equipment. We've got a second edition's been planned with additional content, and that's being written at the moment. And A3 was involved with the green book on the electricity supply systems of the future, and that was published in August last year. There was also a webinar put out, and that was on shunt reactor switching, and that's available for viewing on eCigre. For the Australian A3 panel, we had our annual meeting within the last 4 weeks. We had 2 online meetings. The main discussion points on our meetings, we discussed what's happening in Cigre from the study committee point of view, what's happening there, the study committee meeting, the Paris session and working group activities. The panel members provide utility reports and supply reports, and these cover new equipment, aging equipment, risk assessments, equipment failures, equipment failure investigations, procurement issues, and other items. We had a session of presentations by our members, and they included instrument transformer failures, SF6 management, maintenance activities, latest advances in equipment, and equipment spares part management. We also have a list of key focus areas which we work on across the year. In terms of working group from our members, we have 4 members on working groups. I'm involved with working group A342, which is failure analysis of instrument transformer incidents. We have 2 members on the working group A343, which is looking at life cycle management of transmission and distribution equipment, and that's basically building a health index for high voltage equipment. And we also have a member on A346, which is looking at generator circuit breakers, and this also includes generator circuit breakers for renewable state situations. Here and on this page, we have a list of key focus areas for A3. So the key focus areas are medium voltage switchgear. All utilities seem to have aging medium voltage switchgear, and we need to keep operating. We also look at SF6 leak mitigation. We also have issues with explosive failures of instrument transformers, so we keep a track on what's happening with that. We also look at adoption of new equipment technologies within Australia and New Zealand. And also a new focus area we've come across recently was equipment spares. So this meeting brings to the end of my convenership of the A3 panel for Australia and New Zealand. Over the last 6 years, I've accomplished the following. I've attended the Paris sessions in 2016 and 2018, attended the A3 study committee meetings and colloquiums in Winnipeg in 2017 and Bucharest in 2019. I was the A3 poster session convener and assistant special reporter for Paris in 2018. I was special reporter for the E-session in 2020 and the virtual session in 2021, where I was moderator for 2 subject areas. I received the Cigre 2020 E-session Pioneer Achievement Award for efforts in the 2020 E-session. I've been involved with organising and chairing the local A3 meetings over the last 6 years. I provided contributions to the technical sessions in 2016 and 2018 in Paris. And these contributions were based on the example sourced from local panel members. It's involved with finding a case study for the upcoming C1 Green Book on asset management. It's involved with the current working group for the 4th Equipment Reliability Survey. I'm a member of the A3 Working Group 42 on instrument transformer failure investigations. That's still ongoing. So I'd like to have a big thank you to everybody involved over the last 6 years from Cigre Australia, my fellow Australian panel conveners. It's been really great support, and also the A3 panel members themselves who've been through a lot as well with me. So it's been a great experience over the last 6 years. So the new convener for A3 going forward will be David Pitter, and he's the Principal Engineer Substations and High Voltage Switchgear from Powerlink in Queensland. So David has been a member of the panel since 2013. So thank you. If there are any questions, please email me or ask at the end of the session. Thank you. Bye.
Good morning. Thank you for coming to my presentation. In this presentation, I'll give an update of the activities of the Australian Panel D1 and also activities of the International Study Committee D1 and its working groups. This is an overview of the scope of work and activities of Study Committee D1. Basically, D1 works in 2 main areas, materials and test techniques that are relevant to electric power systems. I have also listed here some of the specific activities and areas of interest. This list shows the current D1 international working groups and joint working groups with other study committees. This list was last updated only a few months ago, and I think is quite up to date, except the joint working group D1 B149 has completed its work, I think, since the release of this list. These working groups cover liquid materials, solid materials, gaseous materials, test and diagnostic techniques. A couple of working groups in gases have just completed the work, but more working groups in the gas area may still form. For example, to continue to work on SF6 replacement gases. You may want to spend a bit more time offline to go into some of the details shown in this list. There have been 5 technical brochures that were published in the last 12 months or so. The first one, Technical Brochure 822, is on characterization of dielectric properties of polymers for outdoor applications. It was published at the end of 2020. It basically documents various test methods and results of round-robin tests on this test method using commercial instruments. TB842 is one of the gas insulating system related documents that have just been completed. It looks like the test methods studied in this document may form the technical basis for standardizing tests that should be performed on HVDC gas insulated systems. TB846, published in October this year, is on cryogenic insulation systems. The summary I've made here shows the document covers a wide range of applications, extend possibly beyond electric power systems. For example, insulation for space applications and fusion reactor magnets. TB849 is the other gas-related brochure that has just been completed. I think it's a very timely document, since we all know non-SF6 insulated breakers and other equipment have started to come onto the market. The technical brochure 850 is another one published last month. It's on a relatively focused topic, that is measurement of a residue methane in cross-linked polyethylene used in cable insulation. The official objective of this work was to come up with a so-called harmonized test procedure. I'm not sure if that means our ultimate goal is to have an IEC standard. I put up here the D1 preferential subjects for the Paris session next year. Apart from traditional topics, we can see in the testing category, D1 encourages subjects in the areas of non-standard tests, presumably for new equipment coming into the systems. In the material category, topics on materials for battery and charging devices are encouraged. You can also see modeling and simulation are encouraged, especially when coupled with measurement techniques. Now, I would like to give an update on Australian Panel D1. Here is a list of AUD1 member organizations and their representatives. We can see it includes power utilities, universities, power equipment manufacturers, test equipment suppliers, and test service providers. We are now trying to recruit more members to join D1, especially from states where D1 currently has no representation. and from New Zealand. On AUD1 activities, we again have not been able to meet face-to-face this year. So this year is the second year in a row that we had a virtual or online meeting. In the meeting, there were good participation and very interesting presentations and discussions that cover a wide range of topics. Apart from the important topic of traditional condition monitoring for asset management purposes, such as PD, DDF, moisture content, there were also topics covering new measurement techniques, devices, and application artificial intelligence. I think these are partly to deal with the new challenges due to adoption of new renewable energy sources. We have also discussed in the meeting where we would like to have our membership to grow and how we can communicate better among our members and with the industry. And hopefully we can meet face-to-face next year. D1 has only one paper accepted for 2022 Paris session. I think people may still have concerns about overseas travel. AUD1 currently participates in 4 D1 working groups, supplying conveners for 3 of these working groups. I believe D150 and D160 are very close to complete the work. B175 was only formed last year. That brings to the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Hello and welcome to the 2021 ATC seminar. My name is Victor Tan and I'm the convener of the Cigre Australia D2 panel on Information Systems and Telecommunications. Today I'll be presenting the highlights and events of Study Committee D2 in 2021, both internationally and in Australia. I will also be describing the trends observed by Study Committee D2 in the areas of telecommunication, information systems and cybersecurity, and those observed within the Australian context as well. Finally, I will close with what's in store in 2022. Study Committee D2 is one of the 16 panels in Cigre. The purpose of D2 is to promote knowledge exchange based on a collective experience of more than 30 member countries represented in the Study Committee D2 and based on extensive work that Cigre has undertaken as a leading source of expertise in the power industry through working groups and publications. The 3 main areas of focus for D2 are information systems, cybersecurity, and telecommunication. The Paris Virtual Centennial Session was held in August this year via web conferencing with more than 80 attendees for D2. As an extension of the 2020 Paris session, a total of 58 papers from 27 countries addressing the 3 preferential subjects shown on the slide were discussed using the contributions format. A contribution is a short comment, typically around 5 to 10 minutes, presented by any participant during the session. The contribution addresses the key topics covered by the preferential subjects. There were a total of 31 contributions presented during the D2 session. Through feedback from study committee member country reports, the virtual centennial contributions and papers, there were 3 main observations by study committee D2. The first observation was the cybersecurity challenges to the power industry. The cybersecurity threat landscape is ever evolving and continues to do so at a very rapid pace. This is especially true with the adoption of new technologies such as industrial IoT, cloud-based platforms, and interconnection and information exchange between market participants, all of which create not just opportunities, but also the cybersecurity challenges that come along with these opportunities. We also see increasing conversations around regulation and standards that apply to the power utility as a critical infrastructure. The second observation was the opportunities that new applications using technologies such as big data, AI, virtualization, and blockchain. We have observed that utilities are starting to take advantage in improving data management using artificial intelligence and machine learning. An emerging use case for these new technologies is condition-based asset monitoring to improve upon the utilities' asset replacement and maintenance policy. An interesting observation is some utilities' exploration into the use of nascent technologies like the blockchain. There is a growing interest in exploring the potential of blockchain in energy trading applications using smart contracts. The third observation was the continued journey of utilities around the world in network transformation and migration from legacy telecommunication systems. Packet-based networks using technologies such as IP-MPLS and MPLS-TP have become the dominant de facto choice in replacing legacy telecommunication systems such as SDH and PDH. Interest in 5G has intensified in the previous 2 years. This is a reflection of the promises that 5G as a technology of what it would provide in terms of vast improvements and new use cases over previous generation cellular technologies. However, more work needs to be done in exploring the real-world feasibility of these use cases, which are underway in some utilities and in Cigre D2 working groups. Overall, it's very interesting and encouraging to see the wide spectrum of technologies being explored to bring engineering solutions to the power utilities, OT, and IT environments. Working groups are the main knowledge engine in Cigre. These are groups formed with a specific purpose to study a particular topic. Some of the topics being covered by the working groups are cybersecurity, condition monitoring, Internet of Things, and 5G. Each working group consists of experts from various countries. The life cycle of a D2 working group is typically 2 to 3 years from inception of the working group to its conclusion, at which a document called a technical brochure is produced. Shown on the slide are the current active D2 working groups. The working groups highlighted in red are those with Australian member participation. In 2021, D2 has produced a new technical brochure on cybersecurity, which describes the cybersecurity issues and recommendations in contingency scenarios, such as after a major outage or disaster situation to the power network. For example, considerations during a statewide outage which requires emergency manual system overrides to bypass the usual operational and security controls, and how soon to re-enable these cybersecurity controls to reduce cybersecurity threats and exposure whilst recovering from these emergency events. 2 new working groups were launched, one on cybersecurity regulations and another on 5G. 2 interesting articles have been published on the Cigre Future Connection newsletter this year, one on the use of augmented reality and another on industrial IoT. On the Australian front, the Australia D2 panel, which consists of 24 panel members, has continued to have consistent participation from the panel members despite COVID travel restrictions. This year, we have introduced an additional activity called the D2 Roundtable Update. This is a short 1 to 2 hour online session open to Australia D2 panel members and invited guests from within the panel members' organizations. The purpose of the Roundtable Update is to provide an avenue for targeted discussions on specific topic relevant to the Australia D2 panel. In each session, 2 or 3 subject matter experts recommended by panel members from his or her utility organization will present their views on a topic. The format is meant to inform the panel members on the current concerns and issues faced by other Australian utilities and to provide a platform for open discussions in a familiar environment among the utility peers. In March of this year, we had our first Roundtable Update session on the topic of teleprotection over packet networks. We saw 31 participants with presentations from Evo Energy, Endeavour Energy, and SA Power Networks. This first Roundtable Update was well received based on the feedback from the panel members. The second roundtable update was held in June on the topic of cybersecurity frameworks for power utilities. We had 26 participants with 2 presentations from Origin Energy and SA Power Networks. This session was also very well received and was important in informing the panel members the current cybersecurity initiatives in Australia and the current challenges and plans, especially around AES-CSF assessment and compliance. In July this year, we had our annual Australia D2 panel meeting, also held in an online format due to the COVID travel restrictions over 2 sessions. We had 37 participants and 20 presentations over the 2 days. Based on the Australia panel member updates during the meeting, the current issues and concerns in the Australian power utilities relate also to the international ones that I've described earlier. These are some of the issues observed within the Australian context. Legacy network migration continues to be in focus, with some utilities embarking on a replacement cycle of legacy technologies. We find that member utilities are in various stages in this aspect. Some utilities are well into operating a packet-based network. Some have started integrating teleprotection into the packet-based network, and some are in the planning stage. Cybersecurity uplift and compliance towards international standards such as the IEC 62443, ISO 27001, and of course the AES-CSF, which stands for Australian Energy Sector Cybersecurity Framework. There is a high level of activity among panel members in the organization's assessment and preparation to meet AES-CSF requirements. We also see cybersecurity requirements being formally adopted in project life cycles. For example, having cybersecurity requirements embedded and included in projects' technical specifications. Other trends observed in the OT space include wider use and deployment of IEC 61850, adoption of additional security controls in the substation, with next-generation firewalls being deployed in the substation, use of IoT and machine learning for condition monitoring, legacy RTU replacement to DNP3 over IP RTUs, advanced metering, battery system upgrades with trialing of different substation battery chemistry type, and radio system upgrades. Looking forward, in 2022, Study Committee D2 will co-lead with Study Committee C6 in the Kyoto Symposium. Depending on the travel situation, I'm planning to present a tutorial on software-defined network and network function virtualization for power utilities based on the work of Working Group D243. Then in July next year, we will be having our regular Australia D2 meeting. This should be when we will finally be able to resume our face-to-face in-person panel meeting. In August 2022, the Paris session will be held, and of course, due to the successful and beneficial roundtable updates, we plan to have 2 or 3 roundtable updates over the course of next year. Finally, I would like to keep you informed on some changes in the D2 leadership. As I have come to the end of my term as the Australia D2 panel convener, a new convener will succeed me. I would like to congratulate Louise Watts for being appointed the new Australia D2 panel convener. Louise is a telecommunications engineer for SA Power Networks and has been involved and has contributed to Cigre for many years. She has been a member of multiple Cigre working groups and has written a Cigre paper in 2020. I have full confidence that Louise will lead the panel very effectively. I'd like to say that it has been a great pleasure leading the D2 Australia panel for the last 6 years, and I thank all my panel members for such great support you have been providing me over the years. It is not often I get to be part of a group of professionals with such great sense of camaraderie. The other change is that I have been appointed the convener of the International Study Committee D2 starting in 2022 after the Paris session. I thank the outgoing convener, Olga Sinyenko, for her support and for her dedication in leading D2 for the past 2 years. I'm truly honored and look forward to leading and contributing to D2 and a wider Cigre. Thank you.
All right. Well, hopefully everyone can hear me. We're now into the question and answer session. So we've got about 10 minutes for questions. I'll ask the panel conveners to all be available to answer any questions that we might have. And because we're a small gathering today, if you want to ask a question verbally, you can. We don't have any questions in the chat box at the moment. I'd ask you just to raise your electronic hand, and Matt and Terry will see that, and you can ask a question. If there aren't any questions, I'm going to start proceedings by asking a question of Ross Willoughby. So if you're there, Ross, if you can come off mute. I'm particularly interested if you could expand a little bit. You mentioned in your presentation that during the Paris session this year, there was a fair focus on the concerns about reverse power flows in transformers. Are you able to point us to some specific work that the A2 study committee has done in that area?
That's putting me on the spot. Yeah, I'd have to take that as a question on notice. But generally, there are particular tap changes that, because of the single transition resistor used in the tap changer, have an issue with reverse power flow. So a solution to that is traditionally being retrofit replacement of the tap changer. But short of that, would be derating the transformer to accommodate that reverse power flow issue.
Okay. Thanks, Ross. Have we got any hands up? Not. All right, well, we've got a couple in that session. You would have seen there's a couple of our conveners coming to the end of their time and handing over to others. One of those coming to the end of their time was Wayne Pepper from Ausgrid. Wayne, if you're online, I'm particularly interested, because part of the session today is letting people know what they can get out of involvement in Cigre. Interested in you sharing anything from your experience where you've got a good example of being able to draw on Cigre knowledge to help solve a problem or in your day-to-day working life.
Yes, David. Good question. I think there's a lot of good information in the technical brochures, especially some of the recent ones have come out in terms of capacitor switching, and so that's been handy for me. There's also some good information on circuit breaker life management. There was a good brochure. It was probably a bit dated now, but that's got a lot of stuff in it. SF6 handling. There's some good brochures in that area as well. So I use the SF6 brochures every now and again. So yeah, there's some good information, and they're all free out of eCigre.
Thanks, Wayne. And I think we've got one question from the audience here in Brisbane. So over to you, Greg.
Thanks, David. Greg Hesse from Powerlink. I had a question for Ross in the transformer presentation. In the discussion of the power session under Preferential Subject 1, there was references to fast-acting reactors. I'm just wondering if you could maybe elaborate a bit as to what the details are of fast-acting reactors.
No, not my specialisation, and not something I focused on for the virtual session. So again, sorry, question I noticed to you.
Thanks, Ross. Sarah, did you want to comment? No? Okay. Do we have any questions electronically, Terry? If not, I think...
David, Angela Kleepak here. Sorry, I've tried to type something in through the chat. I'm not sure if it's actually gone through. Anyway, I do have a question. I might just put my camera on just so that people can see me also. So this question's for Wayne Pepper. In your presentation, you talked about sustainability for the life cycle. I guess it's that life cycle management. But I'd be interested in understanding what are you actually observing, I guess, across the industry, like really just sort of understanding. Are people interested in that type of conversation? And it'd be good just to understand a little bit more if you've got any examples. Certainly, if I sort of draw upon my own experience, sustainability conversations are becoming more and more, and it's across the whole entire project. And the biggest influence is most definitely in design and construction. So, would be interested in just hearing a little bit more from Wayne as to his observations on the industry on that particular topic.
So sustainability, you mean like life extension? Is that the sort of sustainability you're thinking about?
Yeah.
As a utility, either in the transmission and in the distribution area, we're all faced with regulatory issues. We can't just go and install equipment as we'd like to. We've got to justify replacement, and that's a fairly tough process in some areas. So that's where we're looking at asset health indices, trying to justify replacement of equipment and not be seen as gold plating the network. That's the sort of areas that we're looking into. We've got a new working group starting soon on one of our key focus areas is the medium voltage area, and the utilities in Australia seem to have lots of old medium voltage switchgear, and we're constrained with being able to replace it by the regulator. And some of that equipment is old and it doesn't meet the modern standards. So how do we handle that in terms of safety? In terms of the operating of that, how can we get rid of oil, which is a fire risk? Might have other issues with asbestos. All those things are in there. We need to handle, but we just can't go and replace the equipment, even though we'd like to.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Is that the sort of area that you're asking
Yeah.
about?
Absolutely. I think it'd be really good just if there's anybody else on the line from any of the other panels, if they've got any experience in that whole sustainability conversation. And again, I draw upon my own experience. It's probably on a big project that I'm involved in now with Project Energy Connect. And one of the big things that there is a focus on is that whole sustainability and how that's managed. And it's all the way from equipment right through to, how we're designing and building our steel towers. It includes everything, water usage. It's really about that impact on the environment, how we actually, minimize the carbon footprint. And it's not just upfront, it's that whole life cycle. So be interested in hearing if anybody else has anything with regard to sustainability.
Yeah, I have a question probably related to sustainability to Wayne and Ross. My question would be, do we now already have with like and 6? And do we have transformers, natural or vegetable oil as an insulant?
I think we're losing you a bit. Maybe if you type the question into the text box in Brisbane, we only got about every third word then.
Okay, sorry. Do we have?
Let's try again now. You seem to be better. Oh, just speak slowly and try again.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. The question is for Ross and Wayne. Do we already have equipment with non-SF6 gas as an insulant, or do we have natural ester or vegetable oil as insulant in the transformer already in the network?
Certainly, we do have ester-filled transformers in Australia.
Okay.
Typically, because of fire risk or environmental contamination risks.
Is that part of sustainability consideration?
more to do with the risks than sustainability.
Okay.
Was the drivers,
Right.
as I understand them, for the few examples I'm aware of. And I'm seeing that as being the primary driver for those internationally too.
Okay. Thank you.
And
So-
Wayne, do you want to comment on the SF6 question?
Yes. So personally, for my company, Iceland, we bought 3 non-SF6 145 kV circuit breakers this year. We've installed one. We've got another 2 to install. So we've moved down that non-SF6 path at 145 kV. We've been buying vacuum, and that's a vacuum dry air circuit breaker. We've been buying vacuum dry air 33 kV since about 2013 or something like that in one type of circuit breaker. We haven't gone down that path. We actually looked at the path of using a non-SF6 gas. I think that's a big challenge in terms of people accepting that at this point in time. But I think there's a lot of unknowns there, even though they're out there and there are people installing them as trials. There's still a bit of concern with users about, because these non-SF6 gases, they're a mixture of carbon dioxide and oxygen in the Novak gases. Actually, how are they going to handle for the long-term usage? How do you handle a mixture of gases? You need special gas handling equipment. Leaking. There's some issues there with O-rings, with the materials used. With those, they need to be changed. And there's a lot of people without the knowledge just think, well, why don't we just take the SF6 out and put these new gases in? Well, there's a lot of issues with. In fact, you actually can't do that because these circuit breakers operate at a higher pressure. The interrupters have got different designs to cope with the thermal and the pressure requirements due to breaking current. So going forward, we've got all this GIS and outdoor circuit breakers with SF6 in them. Having to replace them, how do we justify doing that to actually get rid of SF6? That's going to be a big question going forward.
Right. Thank you very much for the question and the responses. I think that nicely brings us to the end of this session. And yeah, thanks for those questions, and everyone online now gets a feel for how the rest of the day is going to go. We're going to take a short break now, just so we can everyone can stretch their legs, have a comfort stop, and we'll resume back here to start the next session at 11 o'clock. So if you can be back, logged on, ready to go at 11, and I'll hand over to Angela at that stage. So Angela will lead off the introduction for the next session. Thank you, everyone. Maybe just make sure you put your cameras off and turn your mics on mute if you're going to go off and do something else for the next 10 minutes, so that we don't have any embarrassments. Thanks, everyone.
Just checking in with the Brisbane office. Is everybody ready or we're still waiting?
Angela, we just had the last few rejoin now. I think we'll probably start to close up and give us another 30 seconds and I think good to kick off.
Yep, no problem.
All good to go on your end, Angela. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. All right. Hello and welcome back to the second session of the ATC Technical Seminar. So thank you, David, for running the earlier session this morning where we heard from both the A and D panels. There's obviously lots of interesting work that's being undertaken with our conveners. As mentioned, today's session will be run by both David and myself. So this next session I'll be facilitating. So for anyone who doesn't know me, so my name is Angela Kleepak and I'm the new incoming chairperson of the Cigre Australian Technical Committee. And as mentioned, I'll be facilitating this next session. So just very briefly, so I've been in the power industry for over 30 years and most definitely in Cigre, I've been here for over 10 years and have been very involved with B3 substations was probably where I started, but certainly, with the Australian panel, international panels, and most recently also with the Cigre Australian board. So I do look forward to working with everybody, with our members, conveners and delegates. So what we'll do is we'll commence this next session with a presentation. So the presentation will be done by Alex Cruikshank. He's our study committee convener for C5, Electricity Market and Regulation. His presentation will provide an overview of Cigre international activities, and he'll also provide an update on the upcoming Cigre Cairns Symposium, which will be held in 2023. We'll then be having a short 5-minute Q&A session, and following this, we'll jump straight into playing our presentations from our B panel conveners. So B panel conveners, they'll be covering the following panel areas. So B1 insulated cables, B2 overhead lines, B3 substations and electrical installations, B4 will be DC systems and power electronics, and B5 protection and automation. So just as we're actually listening to the presentations, if you could just, I guess more importantly, the ones that are attending virtually, there is a chat box off to the right-hand side of your screen. So please do raise your questions. You don't have to wait to the very end because it is a chat box. We'll be looking at the questions as the presentations are actually being provided. So, and obviously for the Brisbane people, just raise your hand at the end of the session. So we'll commence, so we'll jump straight into the straight into Alex Cruikshank's presentation. So over to you, Alex.
Good morning. My name is Alex Cruikshank. I'm the Chairman of Study Committee C5 and a member of the International Technical Council. I'd like to present some material today that won't be presented by the Australian panel members who will cover off the activities of the various study committees during the day. I'd also like to add a little bit to what David Bone said this morning. The Cigre is really a collection of volunteers. We've got 60 national committees from over 90 countries, which form the administrative council that directs and manages Cigre activities. We've got 15,000 members and experts who give their knowledge and expertise and time to develop information. And the recent CEO forum identified that expertise, networking and collaboration were some of the key aspects of what Cigre provides for their organisations. We've got 16 study committees, each focused on one of our domains of work. The chairman of each of the study committees formed the International Technical Council with an independent chairman, 2 members from the Administrative Council and the General Secretary. And together we're responsible for the knowledge program of Cigre. We have 250 work groups focused on key topic areas, again under each of the study committees, and they should be mentioned by the Australian panel members today. But they're the engine room of Cigre. A lot of the development of the standards, ideas and knowledge comes from the working groups. Cigre's membership has increased reasonably well in the last few years, but this year we have noticed a slight dip in membership due to COVID and also the inability to attend activities. But we're expecting the membership to remain stable for the near future. It's interesting that we've got 30 key national committees who really drive the activities of Cigre. Brazil, which is providing the current chairman of the Technical Council. United States has always been very, very strong. But Australia is up there and providing a large number of chairmen for working groups, chairman of study committees, and also generally supporting the activities of Cigre strongly. The strategic focus of Cigre is in 4 areas. The first area is on future power systems, the end-to-end power system we're looking at from generation down to distribution, down to local communities. And we've got working groups working on all of those aspects from generation, transmission, distribution, local markets, and general markets. We're also looking at interconnection strongly, and also hydrogen and renewable gases, because the gas and renewable gases and electricity are now becoming increasingly coupled. And the interactions between these areas needs to be addressed, and Cigre is a good forum for that. We're also looking at environment sustainability, particularly integrating renewable energy into electricity systems and how that can be done and some of the aspects, and storage, how to manage storage and how to use storage to integrate energy systems. One of the key focus areas for Cigre has always been the best use of the existing systems. In fact, it's where we started. And the focus is developing the power system so it can be used efficiently. And so we have working groups working specifically in that area all of the time, developing standards. A key area recently has been the extension to all populations, particularly Africa. We've got a lot of billion Africans who don't have access to electricity. And so with the World Bank, we've been looking at ways to assist Africa in extending their electricity network. And we pride ourselves on providing unbiased information for all stakeholders. The Cigre Knowledge Bank is a comprehensive, accessible database, and it's used widely for people for standards and also information. And all of our working groups add to that knowledge base each year. The sessions are a key activity of Cigre. It's where we get together to meet, discuss papers and aspects of the electricity system. We have a trade fair. We also have a chance to meet, the working groups have a chance to meet face to face, and also we get our other groups meeting. So it's a key area. This year we had about 1,600 attendees at the virtual centennial session, which is a bit down from our normal membership of about 4,000, because of the lack of the physical presence. When you look at who attends, it's generally the utilities of a large group of people, installers of equipment, transmission operators, consulting groups, laboratory research. But there's a wide variety of people, from regulators to educational people and others attending the centennial session. We asked the question of who's going to attend the future sessions. What would you prefer to attend? And what we found was that the majority of people want the physical Congress, and I personally agree with that. I think there's something about getting together physically, meeting face to face, having a chance to discuss things, and also there's the trade fair and other activities. There's a range of things. In fact, the 7 days that I spend at the Cigre Congress are packed. There's always things to be done. But there are people who would like to come in live stream. We noticed certainly in 2020 there were a large number of people that came in just for the live stream and probably wouldn't have attended otherwise. So we need to look at how we accommodate people like that. We asked the question, who's going to attend 2022? We didn't ask the question who would not attend if it's physical or not attend if it's hybrid, unfortunately. But certainly a large number of people will attend if person and a large number will attend if hybrid. And so we're looking to make sure we can accommodate both of those groups. The 2022 general session is going to return as much as possible to the normal session. We'll return to Paris. We'll be back in the Palais. The opening theme is going to be the electricity system in transition. We're going to look at changes in plant, changes in the planning required, changes in the operations, and changes in markets. And there'll be a specific session on each of those. The normal workshops will be returning. The large disturbance workshop, distribution system workshop, and other workshops will be run during the week. Also, the normal meetings of study committees, working groups, women in engineering and the NGN will be there, and also trade displays. But we are going to add as much as we possible to the hybrid, because there are still some concerns with travel. So the key sessions will be webcast. Certainly the opening session of the keynote speakers will be webcast, and we're looking at ways to make other sessions interactive. So the general discussion meetings, tutorials and workshops, and also the group meetings can be made interactive as much as possible. So we're trying to make Cigre accessible to as many people as we can. Cigre is the knowledge resource of the organisation and holds all of the publications that have been created by Cigre. It's an active platform. We've got 22,000 eCigre accounts. We have on average 382 downloads per day, so it's actively used. And the top publications in 2021 included Electra and Cigre Science and Engineering, webinars, and also the session papers, and the 2021 session papers will be available shortly. We now have Electra as digital, and we've added additional sections looking at global connections, the end-to-end electrical system, and we also discussed the centennial of Cigre extensively in the Electra document. Cigre Science Engineering has also now become digital. The Cigre Science Engineering contains the reference type publications that we make, and they contribute to people's professional development credits. We also publish newsletters, Panel Talk, Future Connections, and Leadership Circle. Future Connections is the information resource from the study committees and talks about where the working groups and the study committees are going. Leadership Circle really is CEO level publications of items of interest about the activities of Cigre in general. We published 37 technical brochures last year and a working group report, all now added into Cigre, so we're actively producing new information on an annual basis. We also published green books, 2 last year and a couple the year before, that are really about key technical references that are published with Springer, and are actually reference books publishable and purchasable. We ran 8 webinars last year, and in addition, the 83 e-session webinars now available via the eCigre platform. So there's a lot of information in the knowledge resource that people should access. And one of the big benefits of Cigre is the knowledge that we make available to the electricity community. Finally, I need to mention the Cairns Symposium, 4th of September in 2023. The theme is the end-to-end electricity system, transition, development, integration. Planning is currently underway. Terry's setting up the appropriate committees, and C2 and C5 will be helping. A large number of study committees are taking part, and even more clamouring to get involved. We have the key themes of integration of renewables, intermittent generation and better resources, maintaining a reliable, resilient energy system, market and system operation for a diverse set of connected resources, and customer involvement in the energy system. See you there. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be available for questions later in the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Alex. So I think we're going to take, I think 5 minutes now, if anybody's got any questions. Otherwise, we can move it back to the end. But if anybody's got any immediate questions for Alex, we can take them on now. Okay, I think it's pretty quiet. So we might move straight into the presentations in that case, but there's still an opportunity at the end of the presentation. So if anybody comes up with anything they'd like to ask, please do so.
Angela, just confirming no questions locally here in Brisbane.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Russell Wheatland, and I'm the current convener of the Australian panel AU B1, focusing on insulated cable systems. It's my privilege today to make this report to the Australian Technical Council on the activities of the International Study Committee B1 and the Australian panel over the last 12 months. As we know, Cigre is the international network of technical expertise, and the B1 focuses on insulated cable systems, looking at the whole life cycle of that system. And we've been doing so since 1927. The two technical fields of activity are AC and DC insulated power cables, transmission, distribution, generation on land and in submarine applications. And the second is the power cable systems associated with renewables, distributed resources. I thought a brief history might be good. In 1927, we were designated Study Committee 2. Then we became Study Committee 21. And then in 2002, we became Study Committee B1. In 2017, we celebrated 90 years of existence. For the 75th anniversary, the chairman recalled that insulated cables were addressed by Cigre from the very beginning, starting with the discussion in the 1921 session under the heading Construction of Lines and the subheading Underground and Submarine Lines. And it's interesting that the three main subjects talked about there, utilisation and electric constants and afterlaying tests, are still central to our activities now, nearly 100 years later. Cigre Paris this year was online again due to COVID. A panel of 6 people directed the general discussion meeting over 2 days, and the study committee meeting was held away from the Paris venue, entirely online, and held during 2 6-hour sessions, again over 2 days. I say days because they were the daytime for the Europeans, but it meant some very late nights for the Australians and some very early mornings for the Canadians and the US people. You can see from these photos, there is a wide variety of international people involved. Some quick statistics: country participation in the task force and working groups. France has got the majority, as you would expect, with Cigre being a French organisation. Then you've got European and the US and Canadian, and then you have Australia with a very, very healthy 22. That's 22 of our people in the B1 Australian panel involved in international task force and working group. The number of experts is steadily rising, sitting at 461 at the moment involved in the B1 activities. It's good to see the gender diversity also increasing, as well as the young engineers uptake. Affiliations with manufacturing and utilities, consultants, institutions and universities. It's good to see so many people from the utility involved. The scope of the B1, I thought it would be good just to remind us of the second lines here: theory, design, applications, manufacture, installation, testing, operation, maintenance and diagnostics, different techniques for land and submarine, AC and DC insulated cable systems. A full, comprehensive look at cable systems, right from the start, right through to the end. 3 preferential subjects for 2022, learning from experiences, future functionalities and applications, and towards sustainability. Publications: every working group needs to deliver a technical brochure and a tutorial. And here are what was released in 2020, 3 technical brochures on these subjects, plus also an article in the Future Connections. So as you can see, and these are the 2021s, the plans, as you can see, there's quite a variety of subjects that is being tackled. Green books are Cigre's state-of-the-art flagship reference publications, and B1 is not shy on producing these, and we've done so, and one that was put out in 2014 has just been published in the Chinese language. And you can see here, this is the latest accessories for HV extruded cables. Future green books, cable system design and current rating calculations. It's worthy to note that there's a lot of work happening in working groups at the moment on current ratings, ready to set a new foundation for the new IEC standards. A task force is typically a 12-month assignment to develop a scope of works around a particular subject. If the task force agrees that there's sufficient merit to create a working group, which is typically a 3-year assignment, the task force convener will submit that scope of works to the study committee for discussion and decision. At the end of 2021, the study committee B1 has 19 active working groups, 4 active joint working groups, and 4 active task forces, 27 in total, and Australia and New Zealand has representatives on 21 of these, which is an outstanding involvement. New task force plans, 4 working groups and 2 task forces. And you can see medium voltage as Cigre has now opened from just transmission, now reaching end to end. Latest tutorials that were issued, 6 of those, and thermal monitoring, trenchless technology, sheath voltage limiters, fault location, update on service experience and standard designs. And we've created a website that people can have a look at these technical brochures. So please make yourself, why not check it out? Moving from the International Study Committee now to the Australian panel, which continues to grow. Currently we have 37 members, picking up 4 new representatives in the last 12 months. And it's an exciting time for the Australian panel. The Australian panel has representatives from both Australia and New Zealand due to the link needed with transmission companies, and there's very limited transmission companies in New Zealand, so they've linked themselves with the Australian panel so that they can talk expert to expert. Cigre's broadened approach, end-to-end expertise now has started to take in the medium voltage and even low voltage cable systems to add the expertise. It's been my privilege over the last 12 months to work with the Cigre New Zealand to establish the New Zealand B1 panel, and that is now the convener of the New Zealand panel is now an observer member of the study committee, meaning that there's a direct link straight into the study committee, which is fantastic news. There's considerable cable activity throughout both countries. We did have plans to run a 2-day conference. With so much cable activity happening in the different countries, we felt that there was a great lack of understanding of what needed to be addressed when dealing with cables. So we were going to run some seminars, but COVID put a stop to that. So we created some web tutes covering cable design, ratings, installation and testing. And we've done 4 so far, and they've been very well received. Extended involvement with the NGN, the next generation members, have certainly been welcomed into the Australian panel. And these are the 5 topics of interest that we put to the international group, and I'll let you read those. The AORC is something that we hold very dearly. We championed and actually formed the AORC B1 committee, and we chaired it for the first 10 years of its existence. These are the countries that are involved in the AORC, and together with New Zealand B1, we're trying to spearhead an incentive to start to include some of the other islands around Australia and New Zealand that you, as you can see, are missing out on the AORC at the present time. And I'd like to finish with just the listing of the working groups that we're involved in and the people that are representing the Australian panel on those working groups and task forces. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank them for their volunteering to be part of this. And it's a privilege, but it's also a responsibility. And I'd just like to say thank you to all of those. You can see from the topics of the working groups that there's a wide variety of things that are being tackled. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Greetings all, my name's John McCormack. I'm the convener of the Overhead Lines Panel, B2 for Australia, and I'm a lines engineer with Electronet in South Australia. Before I start my presentation, I'd just like to note that this is my last year as the convener, and I'd just particularly like to thank the Australian Committee for giving me this opportunity to take on this role and the support they provided. It's been a fantastic experience and I've met some absolutely wonderful people. So special thanks to the outgoing chairman and committee members, and welcome to the new chairman and committee members. My first slide is about the panel activities. At the top of the slide is listed our key objectives and strategies, and we've been quite successful in implementing those, even though we've had the constraints on communication and travel over the last 12 months. Regarding our membership, we've had 8 new members join the panel, so we've got quite a considerable amount of new blood. 4 of those replaced others that have resigned, and we've had 4 new corporate members, 2 of which were design consultants, 1 was a supplier, and the last one was a contractor. In addition to our regular members, we have 11 specialists that have been invited by myself or other conveners to participate in the development of their technical brochures and other documentation, and the value add from these specialists has been quite fantastic. We have 3 NGN reps, one of which is my current secretary, Stephanie Phillips from AusNet, who did an absolutely brilliant job helping me with getting the panel meeting running this year, and being her first year at it was fantastic. She was assisted with my previous secretary, who's also an NGN rep on the panel. So thanks to Frank for that work as well. And lastly, we have a B1 underground cable rep on the committee. At this point, I'd just like to take the opportunity to note the loss of Phil Hunty. He was very, very active in our panel and very active internationally in Cigre, in B2 and Cigre, and very well known for his humour and his poetry, as well as his technical expertise. Also, Vic Morgan passed away this year. I don't really know if he was a member of our panel, but he was very well known in the industry, both in Australia and overseas, due to his expertise in conductor technology. The panel meeting this year was 3 afternoon sessions. The first of those was a closed session where panel members could raise matters that may be confidential, that they only wish to discuss amongst the panel. And then we had 2 open meetings. And at those open meetings, we invited a number of guests, including some from overseas. And we had well over 60 people attend those meetings, which was just a fantastic outcome. We've been practicing this for a couple of years now, and as a consequence, I think we've been able to secure a couple of new members that I mentioned earlier. Of the presentations, the Australian members provided quite a range of case studies of activities within their own utility or company. But one in particular was interesting, was from a Japanese guest who talked about a mobile phone app developed by one of the utilities over there, where they could then communicate more effectively with their contractors of any safety initiatives. And whilst that's still under trial, it's actually proven to be really quite successful. So I guess we'll hear more about that in the future. On this slide, I've summarised some of the activities of SCB2, the international body for overhead lines. You can see there's 23 active working groups, and of those working groups, Australia has 3 conveners, and one of those new working groups has an Australian secretary. In addition to that, there's probably at least 20 of those working groups Australia has active working group members. So we're very much engaged with the work of Cigre. So I'm really proud to say that the panel's very active in that regard, and the learnings coming out of that has been quite good. In addition to those activities, I have the technical brochures listed, but what I wanted to note about that is that all of these particular ones, we did have Australian representation as either corresponding members or working group members, but one of those brochures was reviewed by an Australian member, and in addition to that particular one, there's been 2 other technical brochures that are almost ready for publication that are also reviewed by Australian members. So I'd like to thank the panel for their support in that regard. Oh, and also, in addition to that, 4 or 5 Australian panel members assisted me with reviewing papers for the Slovenia conference that's going to be held later this month. On this slide, I've listed the 4 new working groups that have been established this year. And a particular note, I have I'd like to point out the last one, where Bing Lin is the secretary. Bing was my panel secretary some years ago, and since then he became the co-chair of the NGN. So he's very much involved in Cigre and has got quite a considerable amount of experience. But stepping up as a secretary of a working group will be quite a challenge. I wish him all the success for that. This slide here is a list of proposed working groups. One has since been approved, and one that will be approved probably within the next few weeks. The list of actually proposed working groups is quite considerably longer than this, but these are the ones I think are most likely to kick off in the next 12 months. What I'd like to particularly point out are those particular working groups, proposed working groups that come under the tag 7. About 4 years ago, I took on the role as a convener of tag 7, which is a subcommittee that sits under Study Committee B2. And the responsibility of that tag is asset management and reliability. One of the things that one of my tasks that I had when I took over that was to take on some outstanding actions that hadn't really moved for some time to get the asset management and the construction methodology working groups up and running. So I'm really proud to say that we've finally got there. It's taken a little while, but we finally have got there. Yes, as I said, the asset management one is about to be signed off. And when we were developing the terms of reference for the construction methodology working group, it occurred to me that the safety one warranted its own working group, an own study. And so I separated that out, and I've written the terms of reference for that, and that's under review now. And it's likely that'll kick off also sometime around the end of the first quarter next year. But that will run in parallel with the construction methodology one. So I need to still get that finalised and get that through and approved. The last one I'd like to just point out is Iceland overhead lines. There's a lot of interest in Australia on that, particularly because of the snowy tour. And it's what we've proven is that Australia has developed some
excellent expertise in that area because of that job. But there's considerable interest elsewhere as well because of the changing climate patterns and effect of ice on overhead headlines. That it's not just New South Wales that need to deal with that, it's also Victoria and Tasmania and New Zealand that have significant issues in that area. My last slide is to introduce Asif, who will take over as the convener. He's well known in the industry in Australia. He's worked for utilities and for consultants. And in addition to his role as the convener of this panel, he is also the current convener of another working group, and that's listed there in the beginning of the second paragraph, risk modelling of overhead lines. And in fact, that scope of that job was expanded to include distribution lines. So he'll take over from me, and I, likewise with the others, I wish him more success for the next 6 years. So thank you very much. Thank you again for the opportunity to act as convener, and we'll see you sometime. Bye.
Hello, this is Krina Miana-Kostan, convener for APB3 substations and electrical installation. Our mission aims to facilitate and promote the progress of engineering and exchange of information and knowledge in the field of substations and electrical installations. Our scope covers design, construction, maintenance, and ongoing management of substations and electrical installations in power stations. We serve a wide range of target groups in the electric power industry and includes technical, economic, environmental, and social aspects in various degrees. A little bit about activities internationally. SCB3, first one, Paris, a virtual centennial session 2021, held between 18th and 27th of August. We had 46 papers from 24 countries with one paper from Australia. Our preferential subjects were design and technologies, optimized management, and integration of intelligence in substations. The activities during Paris Centennial event, we had in total 45 members attending. We had a workshop on impact of SF6-free alternatives. We had our annual meeting, 23rd of August. We had a tutorial on management of risk in substations, and we had 2 days of group discussions and working group show. In 2021, the trends observed by our study committee were the most popular topic discussion was certainly around the alternatives to SF6. We had a presentation on the first 145 kV GIS using clean air. The second popular topic was applications using BESS in substations, and the next one was optimized replacement of AIS substations. Our active working groups are shown on this slide. We have in total 13 active working groups, 3 combined working groups, and 1 special project. New technical brochures. We have issued 3 brochures this year. The brochure 814, LPIT applications in HVGIS. Brochure 823, substation servicing and supervision using mobile devices and smart sensing. And brochure 834, reliability analysis and design guidelines for LV-AC auxiliary systems. Future topics of interest from our advisory areas. So from substations, we have 1 proposed new working group, which is guidelines for managing black start resilience in substations. This is looking at contribution of BESS and SYNCHRONs in substations and transmission networks in general. The second one is offshore substation operational experience, and the third one is polymeric polymer insulated bus bars. From the other advisory groups, we have on the GIS, GIL, SF6 and alternative, toxic SF6 decomposition products, and the SF6 guide green book, which is nearly finalized. From the other area of interest, air insulated substations, we have 3 proposals, requirements for commissioning and inspecting greenfield substations, process design and maintenance for corrosion resistance and contamination resilience, and a proposed workshop for 2020 Paris on knowledge transfer. From substation management, we have lifetime management activities in the view of IoT, ICT, AI, and robotics evaluation. A little bit about activities within Australia, our APB3 activities. So for the last 2 years, our panel members were divided and created, we created 4 task forces. Aside of our panel members, we also included SMEs from Transgrid and Ausgrid. Our work was submitted to the Australian Standards Committees for consideration and inclusion in the future Australian standards updates. 2 position papers have been issued and 2 position papers are currently in progress. So the topics were pressure vessels in substations, AC supplies in substations, which have been already published. We are working with 2 committees for pressure vessels to influence changes to two standards. And also we are working with the committee for AS 2067 regarding AC supplies in substations. We are currently working on distribution earthing and risk of fire consequences and mitigations in substations. Part of that, our members also participate to working groups, current working groups, a combination of SCB3 and SCA3. We have 3 panel members working with the Australian Standards Committees. We have 3 panel members working with the IEC committees. We have 2 panel members working with IEEE, and we have 1 nomination for a new convener, working group convener for guidelines for managing black start resilience in substations. In New Zealand, our B3 members will be participating to a conference that is scheduled for this week. You can see the slide with the face of the ad that is currently published in our Cigre website. Looking forward, what is coming up? So the first one is the symposium in 2022 in Kyoto. Second event for 2022 is the Cigre Paris session. And then there is a Cigre joint colloquium, which is in 2023, which is not yet finalized. We also have, as APB3, we have our annual meeting scheduled for the 30th of November and the 2nd of December. On the 2nd of December, we have 4 guest speakers talking to us about non-SF6 gases, talking about phase shift transformers, design of filter banks, and we have a guest speaker from University of Adelaide, Professor Nassimi, talking to us about what students learn and research these days that are relevant to the energy transformation. This is all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Welcome to the report to the Cigre Australian Technical Committee regarding the Australian Panel B4 activities for DC systems and power electronics. My name is John Wright-Smith and I am the convener for the B4 group, and this is my B4 report. The scope of the B4 group covers HVDC, FATs, and DC converters. Our study committee looks at HVDC systems and their applications regarding the planning and implementation, the application of new technologies, and the refurbishment and upgrade of existing HVD systems. On DC for distribution systems, we look at DC applications and new concepts and technologies and designs. And in FACTS and power electronics, we look at planning and implementation of new FACTS systems, the application of new technologies in FACTS, and refurbishment and upgrade of existing FACTS systems, including SVCs. The scope, in terms of the context for Australia and New Zealand, we certainly have been an early adopter of both major HVDC technologies, LCC and VSC. So there's the Inter-Island HVDC system in New Zealand. We have Direct Link HVDC in New South Wales, Murray Link for Victoria and South Australia, and Basslink in receivership for Victoria and connection to Tasmania. Australia's been using FACTS devices on our transmission distribution networks, 11 to 33 kV, for a very long time. Over 165 SVCs and STATCOMs on transmission and distribution systems in service since 1977. And there's been a recent drive for the connection of inverter-connected renewable energy sources and storage systems, which has resulted in the need for very large STATCOMs being put at the point of generation. In terms of the technical direction, the main changes in technical direction observed within the last 10 years up to this year: more applications of VSC, more feasibility and development on HVDC grids, more applications in other areas with joint efforts with other study groups, application of DC technologies, certainly fewer LCC working groups, and there have been fewer FACTS working groups. Industry drivers are offshore renewable energy sources, use of inverter-based solutions, reducing grid strength, and the distribution applications driven by a balance between centralised renewable energy generation and dispersed loads long distances away. So for B4, the working groups that have completed their assignments: B438, capabilities and requirements definition for power electronics; B476, DC to DC converters; B470, guide for EMT studies with VSC converters; B475, feasibility study for VSC valves; B474, guide to real-time simulation models; B478, cyber asset management; B483, flexible AC transmission systems or FACS controllers, commissioning, compliance testing and model validation tests, a superb document; and B437, medium voltage DC systems. There are many working groups currently within the B4 group, and please have a look at this slide and go through if there are any areas that are of particular interest to you. And there are some new working groups that I'll talk about next. So in terms of our activities, we've certainly got a green book on FACTS, which is published and available for purchase or downloading. And there's a green book on electricity supply of the future that's published as well. The new working groups are B490, which is operation and maintenance of HVDC and FACTS facilities, led by Les Brand, a superb group. B491, power electronics-based transformer technology of interest to Australia. And B492, STATCOMs at distribution voltages, a working group led by myself. For those interested, please get in touch with myself, John Wright Smith. We also have the HVDC Compendium, an online compendium of all in-service HVDC systems around the world, and that's being updated and revised this year and available on Cigre. For contributions to the B4 working group, I'd like to congratulate Les Brand. Superb effort where he has been awarded the Cigre Pioneer 2020 eSession Achievement Award. And again, congratulations to Les for his efforts in the 2021 virtual centennial session for Cigre. The general summary of feedback from all the events was it was superb. So congratulations, Liz, for being the special reporter for Paris 2021 technical session. An outstanding effort. For the B4 panel itself, in Australia, in our membership list, we had our meeting on Wednesday, the 3rd of November. It was hosted by AMSC. We had planned to visit Ergon SVCs and held the meeting in Queensland, but due to COVID, we did it virtually. 2 Cigre NGN webinars were presented this year with excellent attendance, and the new convener for B4 is myself. And there's a list of some of the people within our group. So global trends in HVDC, certainly an increased application of VSC technology for long distance renewable energy applications. That we're seeing hybrid VSC systems coming out, which are combinations of half bridge and full bridge to provide cost-effective ways to manage DC fault current for overhead HVDC line applications. Certainly there are innovative ways to address AC system issues. We're seeing synchronous condenser technology in South Australia, StatComs all throughout Australia and New Zealand, and as larger and larger wind farms are trying to connect to the grid, demands from AEMO are increasing regarding dynamic VAR capabilities of the wind turbines, StatComs, etc. There are medium voltage DC projects that are coming out, and certainly there are more global interconnections occurring as countries connect between each other, being able to either import or export renewable energy. Global trends in FACS, we're looking at unified power flow controllers with load flow control and reactive power compensation in one solution. Some grid forming SVCs that provide inertia support with power semiconductors or IGBTs and grid forming control. And surprisingly, a move back to synchronous condensers and flywheel because inertia is an enabler for renewable energy system strength and frequency control, and has allowed South Australia to increase its exports and go to higher levels of PV, being responsible for generation within that state. There are certainly SVC retrofits, and they tend to be now with StatComs and cap banks just from an economic point of view. And in terms of AEMO, the connection requirements are demanding larger and larger StatComs for getting a model approval to connect to the grid in Australia. I'd like to thank everyone for their time, and all the best for 2022. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Peter Bishop, Cigre Australia B5 panel convener. In this technical seminar presentation, I will be reporting on the international and local activities of the Cigre Australia B5 panel over the last year. It is noted that the main requirement of protection is to detect and isolate faults like those associated with transmission line lightning strikes. The scope of the B5 group concerns protection, automation and control systems, abbreviated to PACS. It considers the functional principles, design, applications and management of power systems. It also incorporates monitoring, recording and metering. It further relates to communication between devices and externally, plus interfaces to remote control. Power system and technology changes mean new protection challenges and focus areas for the B5 Study Committee. Particularly with the application of more distributed energy resources and interconnections, there is a need to focus on the end-to-end power system, including distribution, generation, transmission, and DC networks. Future topics for preferential subjects and working groups include focus on interoperability of devices, engineering and test tools, examining requirements for renewable generation, including fault detection, and managing PAC communication networks. Like last year, web-based sessions replaced the in-person Paris International event. The same relevant subjects were examined: human aspects in protection, automation and control, and communication networks in protection, automation and control, experience and challenges. However, instead of the 2020 paper presentation sessions, this year international contributions were presented that responded to special report questions that further explored worldwide practice and experience on the subjects. 5 Australia and New Zealand contributions were included. In addition, a B5 tutorial was presented on protection, automation and control of the evolving grid. The special report question themes on the first topic on human aspects and protection were associated with human event categories, causes, impacts, risk management, and controls for prevention. The many special report question contribution responses included examples of standardization issues and solutions, where the slide illustrates that non-standard test block allocations led to an incorrect tripping, and in examination and solutions. Tools to assist maintenance with scripts and augmented realities. New technology testing to reduce human involvement and errors. In this case, a I61850 process bus injection, simulation and analysis system. And new technology automated design methods to reduce operator-designer action, with this slide illustrating predictive special protection scheme that performs online modelling and calculations to control generation and stabilise the network. Special reporter questions on the second topic of communication networks in protection, automation and control systems related to standardization, redundancy, cybersecurity, monitoring and testing. Some contribution highlights include a Canadian implementation of a Roundtable Goose wide area remedial action scheme to control generation, Brazilian grid code revisions to include requirements for network monitoring, cybersecurity and redundancy, and developments of algorithms for emerging software-defined networks, which aim to quickly determine the best communication path. During the session, an online audience poll was conducted on the status of digital substation rollout. Over 70% of respondents stated that field trials were planned or underway. During the July 2021 Australia B5 panel meeting, the special reporter questions were discussed and 5 contributions were developed. I then presented these contributions at the August 2021 Paris Centennial virtual session. The contributions covered Australian and New Zealand experience in response to selected special reporter questions, and included the interplay between standardization and reliability, examples of design features to replace or reduce written procedures, examples of automated testing methods to reduce errors, and adoption of new communication technology for protection and automation. Cigre Australia B5 panel membership has grown to 39 members. Despite the present global and national situation, the panel is progressing with activities, some in a different way or in a different format. The panel representatives presently contribute to 16 working groups and convene 1 Green Book task force. A Green Book is a reference publication on a particularly important topic. Listed are some of the working group topics that I think are particularly relevant to Australia and New Zealand. This includes the relatively recently established working group on modelling, assessment and mitigation of protection performance issues caused by power plants, including synchronous condensers, during grid dynamic events. Another important new working group is the one on architecture, standards and specification for metering systems in a digital substation and PACS environment. I'm also convening the Study Committee B5 Green Book titled IEC 61850 Principles and Applications to Electric Power Systems. This is a very relevant topic for digital substations. IEC 61850 is a standard for communication between devices. Rather than analog signals over wire, digital signals are sent, generally using fibre. Over the year, a group of experts have been attending a number of web meetings. Chapters have been drafted and we are presently completing a peer review process before submitting the book to the publisher for their review. This year, a more conventional annual Cigre Australia B5 panel meeting was held online over 2 days. During the meeting, contributions to the B5 Study Committee Special Reporter questions were discussed and developed. Several panel members gave presentations on recent developments in local events. This included a very interesting presentation on the TAS network synchrophaser applications and experience. Every second year, the panel organises the Southeast Asia Protection, Automation and Control Conference. The next conference was scheduled for Brisbane in 2021. Due to the ongoing COVID-19 virus situation and the desire to hold a complete face-to-face event, the B5 panel and Cigre Australia have decided that the next physical event will be in 2023. We'll start promoting the event next year. Throughout the year, panel members have shared their experience on different protection topics using the web-based Cigre Knowledge Management System. Examples of topics shared and discussed online in 2021 are under-frequency load-shedding designs and the protection of auxiliary transformers connected to the tertiary main transformers. Another activity was to support the newly formed Cigre New Zealand B5 Mirror Panel. Several hybrid meetings have taken place during 2021, discussing local protection topics, mainly associated with distribution and generation networks. The output of a working group is a technical brochure. These can provide information on practices, guidelines, experiences, and learnings. 3 B5 technical brochures, particularly relevant to Australia and New Zealand, have been published in the last year. The brochure on IEC 61850 based substation automation systems, user expectations and stakeholder interaction highlights many concerns and details either what has been done to address these concerns or the work currently in progress. The brochure on challenges with series compensation applications in power systems when overcompensating lines includes consideration of protection challenges, particularly for voltage or current inversions that can cause maloperation for protection of the circuit or adjacent circuits. The brochure on life cycle testing of synchrophaser-based systems used for protection monitoring and control considers applicable standards in different architectures. It then discusses the need to develop processes and perform a range of tests based on the application. That concludes the presentation. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me at the email address on the title slide. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to all our conveners for preparing those presentations. We do have so the next session will be, I guess, the next 15-20 minutes. We've got a little bit of time just to ask any questions. So I've just checked the chat box. There's a couple of comments in there already. There is a clarification from Andrew Haloya Just with regard to, there was a comment made with regard to Basslink. The comment made was that it has entered voluntary administration and not receivership, so that's just a clarification. There is a question in the chat box also. So this question goes to John Wright-Smith. And this question's from Matthew Zillman. So in your presentation, you mentioned a working group on distribution connected StatComs. Matthew would like to know what's the scope of this working group, including the size, voltage, and the function, and how far progressed is this working group? So it's a question for John Wright-Smith.
Angela, would you like me to answer that?
Yes, yes, please. That would be great.
So regarding the question for Group B492, which is connecting StatComs at distribution voltages, the size, there's no limitation in terms of the size, but it's direct connect, and the voltages are from 11 to 33 kV. And so it's these are StatComs that are, like you can see in my background, are not installed in substations themselves, but are put into distribution lines and can take the place of voltage regulators, or they can smooth the performance of remote wind farms and solar farms. The question, how far progressed is this working group? So we have a draft document created already. We're trying to get it down. At the moment, it could be about 140 pages. We've got it down to 70, and that's going through the final edits now. So if anyone wanted a draft of that document, I'd be delighted to provide it. Otherwise, it'll be another 12 months before it'll be released as a final document, and all the other deliverables that are required with a working group will be released as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Are there any other questions? So I'm mindful of the fact that I can't see the Brisbane office, but if there's any questions from the Brisbane office, if somebody could just speak up, perhaps, or come to the microphone and ask the question.
David,
yep.
Just online.
Excellent.
For John McCormick, John, you in your presentation highlighted quite a lot of Australian input in leading some of those working groups in the B2 area. I wonder if you could give us an example of where there's been some international learning or insight that has really come back and been useful for the Australian panel members through involvement in those working groups.
Well, thanks, Dave. I fortunately did see your question about 30 seconds ago, so I jotted down a couple of notes. So thanks for giving me some warning. The three working groups that, excuse me, that we have conveners of, one is to do with the fittings, the use of the fittings, and so in terms of installation, safe installation, and the performance of the fittings. That's being run by Peter Delhunty, and his involvement as or his background as a fittings manufacturer has been useful, and fed that information back to the panel, and so that we've been able to keep up to date with developments of fittings and how they're used. Excuse me. One in particular is, excuse me, is the suspension clamps that are used to support conductor, and how they have been developed to minimise vibration damage in suspension clamps. So there's a new family of suspension clamps that have come out called cushion clamps, and they've that's provided a lot of interest in Australia. We've in Electronet we've actually installed some just to try them out. Another working group is suspension on timber poles, and there's a particular interest in the eastern states and Western Power in that particular working group because of their use of timber poles. Electronet avoid that because we use stable poles, and we recommend they be used everywhere, as you'd expect. The risk management one that ASIF is running, hasn't really progressed very far. It's a pretty new working group,
and ASIF has only just started to feed information back to the panel, but mostly what we're doing is looking at how we can gather data to support that working group. I'd just like to point out two other working groups. I did mention the one that Bing's running, and that emergency restoration one is something that was dear to my heart after the 2016 event, and I was pushing to get that up and running. So that's going to be there's a fair bit of interest in that right around Australia. And just on that, Australia's got quite an interesting situation. We've had back in the early 2000s, the utilities got together and purchased a number of kits that can be used for emergency restoration. And in the 2016 event, there was an agreement at that time that we could share those kits. 2016 was the first time that happened. So we were able to loan kits from, borrow kits from PowerLink. Oh no, we contacted PowerLink, but we didn't need them in the end. We got kits from Transgrid, AusNet, and Western Power that helped us to get our lines back. And the photograph I had actually in the slide was actually part of that failure event, and the kits that we used to erect the lines were in that slide. So that is that's a particularly interesting working group and has attracted a lot of interest from Australia. Likewise, there's another. In fact, Peter's running two working groups. His second working group is well on its way, and that's vegetation fire starts from lines. And we've on that working group, there must be 8 or 10 Australian representatives, either from the panel or from other parts of the industry. So Peter's gathered a lot of people from Australia to participate in that working group, and you can understand why there'd be interest in that particular working group. I don't know if there's any more detail you want. I could talk for another hour if you wish, David, but I guess I think Russell, he needs a chance to have a chat too, doesn't he?
Yeah, no, thanks, John. It's always good to get some concrete examples, so thanks for that.
Agree. Thank you very much for that, John. We might, reaching back out through to anybody online or in the Brisbane office, are there any other questions? If not, I do have a question for Russell, but
you go
I'm happy
first,
for somebody
Angela,
to jump
and then
in
we've
first.
got one
Okay.
in Brisbane when you're done.
All right, wonderful. So this question's for Russell. I think there's most definitely lots of interesting work that's being done with regard to cables. So, I mean, when we talk about cables, obviously in your presentation, most of us associate, I guess, the underground and even perhaps even the overhead cables, but submarine cables and and I did see in your presentation you had a number of working groups, I think, that were addressing some specific topics. I'd be interested in understanding and I guess I'm looking at this from an opportunity perspective from Australia. So we've got Project Marinus with the interconnection between Tasmania and Victoria, and that opportunity of how do we actually get involved in picking up those learnings and being able to contribute from a worldwide perspective, but also bringing that international expertise back. So probably just, it's a fairly general question, Russell, but be interested in understanding more from yourself.
Angela, I think that's a great question. Unfortunately, I don't think Russell's online at the moment.
That's unfortunate. Okay, that's okay. We can follow up with him perhaps later. That's okay. So perhaps we move on to the Brisbane office if there's another question there.
Yeah, so we've got one from David.
This is Angela. This is for Krina. She mentioned in her presentation the area of interest related to polymer insulated bus bars. Could you just provide a bit more details for what voltage levels are you talking about? Outdoor substation bus bars, just interested to know. Thank you.
So did you hear that one, Krina?
Yes, I did. Hello, everyone. This is a new paper that our international team have been involved in. I don't have the details. I haven't been part of that TOR. So I probably will have to take this question on note and come back to you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the question, and thanks, Karina. Okay, any other questions that anybody would like to ask? We still have a little bit of time, so happy to open it up if there's anything that's even from a general perspective from the
We've got one more in Brisbane, Angela.
Okay, fantastic.
This is for the B4 panel. What's driving the increase in the size of the StatComs? And also, is there any use of StatComs for system strength purposes? So you mentioned AEMO driving the size of StatComs, but I was wondering what the technical reason was for it. Is it just the size of the wind farms that they're associated with?
So I think that's a question for John Wright-Smith.
My apologies, I've just had to leave. Could you please ask that question again?
Okay, John. I was asking about what was driving the AEMO to require larger and larger StatComs, and also a secondary question: is there any use of StatComs in the provision of system strength that you know of?
Yeah. So for the first question, it depends on the PSCAD modelling for each specific case study for a wind farm and a solar farm. So we're seeing ranges from 8 megavar StatCom through to quantity 2 60 megavar StatComs connected at 330 kV. So there's sort of no rule apart from what shows up in terms of the dynamic VAR requirements for the connection agreement with AEMO itself. And in the last year, it's become tougher to get connection approvals without providing any dynamic support from something like a StatCom, because normally the wind turbines themselves can provide those dynamic VARs, but the issue then it becomes the losses over the collector grid and being able to export those VARs at the point of connection when it's required during a system fault. In terms of system strength, pretty much we're now seeing combinations of StatComs, cap banks, and synchronous condensers, where the system strength itself is being provided by a rotating mass that is a synchronous condenser. And so at this stage, StatComs, although they can assist, and there's a great Cigre paper that was released a couple of years ago about that, which I can provide if anyone, a green book on that. But at this stage, in terms of system strength itself, StatComs are not being purely used for that. Does that answer the question?
I think we've exhausted the room here in Brisbane, Angela.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay, great.
Okay, look, I am mindful of the time. We probably do have another 10 minutes. If there are any other questions before we actually take a break, I'm happy to take any further questions online. Otherwise, I do actually have one final question. So, John McCormack, are you still online? Hopefully you are. I wanted to talk to you just, and again, a general conversation, just with regard to, I noticed in your presentation, you had a number of working groups very much focused on safety, which obviously there's that whole component with regard to safety and design, but there's this big discussion with regard to, the construction and how do we actually, as engineers, provide that safety support, throughout construction. I wanted to understand how well progressed were those working groups, and in particular, just being very mindful of the fact that we've got some major projects that are happening nationally. We talked about Snowy. I certainly have been involved in the Project Energy Connect, and we've got other bigger projects such as HumeLink and others coming along. So wanted to understand with regard to that working group, how well progressed it was, and whether we could actually utilise it here in Australia with these big projects that are coming up. John, you there? Sorry, John, can you hear me? Or I think you may have your microphone on silent, if you can hear me. Okay. May have some technical issues there, not sure, but either way, we'll make sure that we capture that question and we'll touch base with John and get an answer and make sure that we share with the people on the call. So if there are no other further questions, I'm happy to end this session. So thank you again to the panel conveners, the B panels in particular. So thank you for your presentations and for all the hard work and effort. The next session on the agenda will commence at 1 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time. So there is about a 40-minute break. So if I could just ask everybody to just come back on time, and we'll have David reconvene that session at 1 p.m. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
So lunch-wise, there's a few places that just lunch around here.
This one.
If everyone's keen to go out or
that's it. I'll drop in. I'll give Merrin a hoy. I'll drop in next week sometime. I'll pick up that. Right, cool. Thanks again.
Oh yeah. We need to get let out.
Yeah, I'll just come. It's water rights system. I think probably not quite so precious, but I'll come down. You guys need to get let out. Okay. Let's make track.
Looks like bright light.
Because there's one car.
Just say walk every line on the place.
Right? Oh, what's it? You go ahead. I can't come back. What? No, I can't go back.
Thanks very much for that. Yeah. Someone comes. Someone on the god of the toilet. Yeah. But yeah, if there is genuinely an emergency down in the escalators, okay, there'll be a bunch of people jumping on. I'm just going to quickly grab Sam. Yeah, actually, that's a question. I'll wait. We'll start at 1. I'll grab a sandwich. Yeah. Yeah.
It's basically just hitting the laptop button, isn't it? Or, no,
Yeah, that'll kick me.
Unmute. You unmute.
Oh, that's it. I don't even know. I've been doing it this way the whole time. There's an easier one to start.
It was red, so we hit it.
Yeah, no, that's perfect.
As you do.
Let's test it without noise.
Oh, hi everyone. I think we'll start up again for the afternoon session. So I hope you've all had a nice break, had a chance to stretch your legs and settle in now for the afternoon. The session this afternoon, we're going to start with our panel presentations. We've got the C panels. I won't steal too much of their thunder, but C really covers off all the system topics. And so we'll go through those in order. We're then going to lead into a presentation from Professor Akhtar Kalam, who's the recipient of our Outstanding Academic Award. And then we'll come together after both of those for a question and answer session, as we've been doing. I encourage all of you, if you've got any questions for any of the presenters, feel free, drop it in the chat box, and that way we know to come to you during the question time. Equally well, we'll throw open the mic as we have been doing, so you feel free to ask a question. And just a little note on the academic award before we get into it. So this is a thing that's been running now for a couple of years, where the ACPE and Cigre get together and take expressions of interest from various academics. And what we're looking to recognise is the person in that year whose strength of achievement and contribution to the power industry is particularly noteworthy. So this year, the award goes to Professor Cullum, who's currently with the University of Melbourne. And we're really pleased to have a presentation from him this afternoon, where he's going to highlight some of the particular areas of interest and his contribution to the Australian power industry. As I say, that'll follow on after the panel presentations. So without any further ado, we'll roll with the presentations. Terry.
Hi everybody, my name is Christian Schaefer and I'm the current convener of the Australian Merit Panel of Cigre Committee C1, Power System Planning and Economics. This presentation is an activities update of the local and international C1 activities, and I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners and custodians of the land from which I'm presenting to you today, the peoples of the Kulin Nation. I also pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging, and also extend my respects to the elders of other communities who may be present today. Planning and development of a secure, sustainable and affordable power system remains a major challenge in our fast-changing energy environment. It's not good enough to only consider how we will operate our current and even our future power systems safely and reliably. We also need to seriously consider how we develop the next generation of our power grid, one that is going to be increasingly renewable, decentralized, asynchronous, and connected to other energy vectors. The exogenous influences of increasingly severe compounding weather events and the threat of man-made adverse and malicious influences continue to put pressure on planners to develop resilient systems that can meet these many challenges. Committee C1 investigates many of the traditional aspects of a power system planning economics, from economic means of a system expansion to the efficient and effective management of network assets, as well as the development of tools and processes to achieve these goals. There are many new challenges planners are facing that arise from the power grid being at the centre of the energy transition towards a carbon dioxide neutral energy system. Hence, in addition to the traditional challenges, the committee's work is also beginning to consider the increasing decentralisation, the growing energy sector independences, and new energy sources integration issues faced by many system developers. And correspondingly, the many new dimensions of the system development tackled in our C1 work include power system resilience, economically achieving higher interconnection rates between countries and adjacent regions, increasing dependence of transmission grids on the evolutions in the distribution grid, and sector coupling and integration with other systems. Much of the C1 work seeks to investigate uncertainties due to the increasing penetration of renewables energy from an investment perspective, but it's not all about the technical design. The business management consideration of C1 involve investment decisions in all aspects of the network, including generation, transmission, distribution, storage, and demand with its flexibility. It complements system planning with broader analyses of whether and how investments can actually be made and infrastructure built. More specifically, the work in this area describes how investment drivers and regulatory processes are changing, how to communicate with the many relevant stakeholders, and how transmission and distribution investments relate to each other. All of these activities are relevant for Australia. To support and participate, the Australian panel C1 has built on the strong work of the past years to reboot our activities with a number of new members joining and a refocus of our activities to enable the design of the future grid. It's been a busy year. Despite the COVID lockdowns, C1 still managed to achieve some significant milestones, including the completion of and near completion of 7 working group technical brochures, as well as a technical green book. One of the things that we can be proud of is the extensive Australian and New Zealand engagement and contribution to the global C1 activities and working groups over the past year, including, not least, Graham Ansell's leadership and development of the Asset Management Green Book that is now available on the eCigre site. We have an Australian convener of one of the in-progress C1 working groups. We have membership of a technical brochure that is nearing completion, and 6 further Australian members on in-progress working groups. And it's great to see the active participation of our members on so many of these technical working groups, and something that we look to actively encourage, in addition to the collaboration with other committees in joint working groups. When we consider the topics that the many working groups are looking into, we are taken back to the earlier points I made of the critical areas that are being considered, including sector coupling, power system resilience, and renewable integration. And those topics were also a focus of the Centennial event held in August of this year. The Centennial event was running once again in a completely virtual manner, but it appeared to work, and despite some late nights and early mornings for some of us, the committee C1 met for 2 quite lengthy general discussion meetings, a joint workshop with C6 on the use of hydrogen to support the energy transition, and a tutorial on the development of a power system that mitigates the impact of climate change. Altogether, there were 61 papers submitted to the Centennial for C1, and the 3 special reporters that were appointed to summarise the general themes summarised them as follows. And unsurprisingly, they fell into the preferential subject topics for 2021, which are power system resilience planning, energy sector synergies for efficient decarbonisation, and distributed energy resources and transmission planning. These 3 subjects are the same as they were for 2020, indicating that there continue to be a focus of research and industry globally. Looking ahead, it's not surprising that the working groups proposed during the Paris sessions continue the themes of system expansion, renewable integration, and sector coupling. As to the activities of the Australian Mirror Panel for C1 during the past 12 months, we've only met twice, both times virtually, mainly to maintain a connection, share updates from the C1 meetings in February and the GM in September. Looking ahead, and with a hope that restrictions will be lifted in the coming months, we'll look to host not only 2 short virtual meetings, but also a longer face-to-face one. Additionally, we've had some changes to the group's makeup, with several members taking up new roles in different parts of the energy sector, and finally some members retiring from the group after many years of active participation. So come next year, we'll look to expand our group numbers once more, looking for new ideas, fresh faces, and enthusiastic members. In addition to reconnecting and engagement for the past year, focus of the group's activities in the next year will be looking to participate in the global C1 activities, with a C1 meeting at the Kyoto Symposium and the 49th session in Paris come August. And additionally, we are looking to prepare our contributions to the Cairns Symposium that is coming up in the last quarter of 2023. So, if like the rest of the Australian Panel C1, you believe that the way that we design and develop the system of the future is one of the most critical responsibilities electrical engineers face in the years ahead, please do reach out and get in touch. I would love to hear from you and talk power system planning and economics. Thank you and goodbye. In the meantime, thank you very much and stay safe.
So thank you, and it's a very real pleasure to be able to present today at this Australian Technical Committee seminar for 2021. My name is Greg Hesse. I work with Powerlink Queensland here in Brisbane, and I'm the convener of Australian Panel Cigre C2. I'm also a member of Cigre Study Committee C2. And as you can see on our presentation, Study Committee C2 is concerned with the study of power system operation and control. Now, I always like to say that Study Committee C2 is somewhat unique in the Cigre world in that our scope of work is not focused primarily or solely necessarily on technical matters. The work of C2 extends to those human resource aspects and also the institutions involved in power system operation to the extent that they influence and impact on that operation and control of the power system. We're interested in the secure and economic operation of the power system and the protection and the resilience of the power system against disintegration, equipment damage, and most importantly, injuries to humans. Each year when I do these presentations, I try to find a different photo from a control centre. And the photo this year is from the control room of one of the transmission operators in the Balkans area, which was involved in a split of the continental European power system in January this year. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later in this presentation. Turning now to an overview of the structure of Study Committee C2. Our chair for the last 12 months or so has been Jamie Maceda from Brazil, ably assisted by his secretary Flavio. You'll notice that compared to a number of other study committees, C2, we don't have a particularly large number of working groups. And the other thing I would highlight is that we do tend to have a fairly high proportion of joint working groups amongst our total number of working groups. And we commonly work jointly with Study Committee C4 on those aspects of power system performance, or Study Committee C5 in the interaction with energy markets. The remainder of our working groups we delineate into the green colour representing those related to the real-time system operation and control, the orange colour being around system operational planning and performance analysis, and the yellow being the actual control centre infrastructure and human resources for system operation. So they're the active working groups currently under Study Committee C2. In terms of main activities during 2021, just say that I became convener of Australian Panel C2 at the end of 2017. So my first Paris session was in August 2018. And that session, there were a number of working groups that were having their first meeting. And it's been really fascinating to watch the development of the work of those working groups. And 3 of those working groups have completed their work this year. And that's those 3 technical brochures that have been produced around system operational resilience by Working Group C225, the Working Group on TSO-DSO Control Centre Tools Cooperation, Working Group C240, and most recently, just in the last month, the Technical Brochure 851 has been published from the Joint Working Group C2-C441 on the impact of high penetration of inverter-based generation on inertia. We've also had, during the course of the year, a number of C2 related items published in the Cigre Science and Engineering Journal this year. I would make a particular call out to Babek from Australia. Babek's been a fairly prolific contributor with 3 separate papers actually being published in the CSE, Cigre Science and Engineering this year. And I just want to particularly highlight the paper on the screen there as being an example of how Australia can demonstrate its ability to lead the world in certain aspects of the energy transition we're undergoing. And I would recommend that article as a good read for any who are interested in that aspect of power systems. Regarding the Centennial session in Paris, one of the highlights at each Paris session is the Large Disturbance Workshop held jointly with Study Committee C2 and C5. There were 5 events that were discussed during this Large Disturbance Workshop, and a couple I just wanted to highlight with the visuals also on this screen. The blackout in Sri Lanka, I found the description of that particularly interesting. That was an example of a event occurring under quite low demand conditions. And what had happened was that there was a loss of a critical voltage control device, being a large generator. Through the loss of the large generator and the consequent under-frequency load shedding, which reduced the load even further, but also the loss of that voltage control from that large generator, led ultimately to uncontrolled high voltages and a different form of almost a voltage collapse, but in reverse, where these high voltages ultimately led to tripping of elements of the power system and eventually a total power system collapse in Sri Lanka. So I found that quite interesting and topical, given the some of the experiences we have in Australia under low demand conditions and being able to manage those high voltage situations. The other visual there is a heat map taken from the European system split that happened in January of this year, January 2021. And this heat map uses voltage phase angle measurements from phase and monitoring units, or PMUs, that are distributed across the power system in Europe. And I just wanted to bring that up because I think it provides a really quite clever and very clear visual cue to those in the operations space of where a problem exists on the power system. Given the extremely large and complex nature of the European system, it's not always immediately observable with lines crossing multiple asset owners. Not immediately obvious necessarily where a problem can lie. So using tools such as these wide area monitoring systems facilitated by PMUs provides that extra layer of situational awareness in a control center environment. In terms of where Study Committee C2 is heading in our recently formed working groups, over many years there had been a joint working group between C2 and C5 that had examined a number of different topics related to the interactions between electricity markets and power system operations. Now that long-term working group was formally wound up about 2 years ago, and the new joint working group C2 C5 06 is the first of the new joint working groups considering these interactions between electricity markets and power system operations. So it's good to see that work continuing. And new working group C2 42 is, as far as I'm aware, the first working group we've had at C2 to explore those artificial intelligence aspects in power system operations as a dedicated subject. Some other work has probably touched on the emergence of AI or machine learning as, yes, here's another tool available in the toolkit for power system operations. But working group C242 is focusing specifically on that use of machine learning and artificial intelligence and where it can take us from an operational perspective. During our working group meeting for Study Committee C2, we discussed ideas for possible new working groups. In terms of the dynamic system analysis subject, the prevalence of power electronic controls recently across the power system is meaning that many of the traditional tools used in power system control rooms are struggling to keep up. And might want to consider, well, what does a new generation of those dynamic system analysis tools offer us from an operations perspective? Offshore wind generation, not surprisingly, got a lot of interest from our European colleagues. It may not be quite so relevant to Australia at this time. But one thing that did get a lot of interest within the Australian panel for C2 when we met the last 2 weeks was the possibility of working group to look at what are the operational strategies for managing these new minimums we see on the power system, whether it's minimum demand, minimum inertia, minimum system strength. That's certainly got a lot of interest from our colleagues across Australia, so we'll be looking into that. And I did mention our Australian panel meeting for C2 that was held 2 weeks ago. Some of the main things we discussed was preparations for the Paris session in 2022. I'll be the special reporter for Preferential Subject 2, which relates to operational planning strategies, methodologies and supporting tools. And we also discussed possible Australian contribution nomination to the large disturbance workshop, being the trip of multiple generators and transmission lines in Queensland that occurred on the 25th of May of this year. Looking forward, topics of interest that we might want to progress. There's a lot of interest in geometrically induced currents, or GICs, as we start to head towards our next solar maximum, which is expected around about 2025. There's some work done as part of the up to the last solar maximum, and we'd be very keen to reinvigorate that work and work with some of our colleagues across the industry to progress some of that work. The future of under-frequency load shedding in the presence of widespread DER. How can we make under-frequency load shedding much more dynamic and adaptive to changing loads on the power system where there's significant embedded generation on distribution feeders? And one that was brought to our attention from colleagues in New Zealand was the potential for the impact of our changing operational practices on power system equipment. If we're switching equipment more often to manage voltage situations across the network or other such things, what might that be leading to in terms of performance of the power system equipment? So plenty of topics to interest us and keep us busy over the next little while. And that concludes my presentation on Australian Panel C2.
My name is James Hart and I'm convener of C3 System Environmental Performance. The scope of C3 covers the identification and assessment of all of the environmental impacts from an electrical power system. C3 currently has 12 active working groups. One of those is a joint working group, as well as an advisory group on EMF and health. Now I'm going to cover a couple of topics in this body of work, and the first of which relates to the advisory working group. This group is aiming to publish 3 documents this year, one relating to EMF and DC fields, one relating to EMF and smart meters, and one relating to EMF and medical implants. So the first topic is medical implants. Under certain circumstances, medical implants can experience interference from electric and magnetic fields produced from an electricity network. Medical implants are generally immune up to the public exposure limits, but there are some things to consider. Firstly, the limits in Europe are different to what they are in the US and in Australia. There's also high field environments as shown on the left there. In those environments, you would expect the levels to be higher than the public exposure limits. And also some of the devices have sensitivity settings, which if put on their maximum setting can have resulting thresholds well below the guidelines. In terms of occupational exposure, it's important that businesses have processes in place such that workers can come to the business, inform them they've got a pacemaker, they can bring along information from their physician and the manufacturer, which identifies circumstances where they can be interfered with, and then a plan can be developed. In terms of public exposure, the public is generally restricted from those areas on the left, but there are some circumstances, such as under a very high voltage power line or in some cable tunnels, which might be accessed by road workers and the like, where levels could be exceeded. In these types of settings, an option is to use signage at the entrance to manage that risk. The next topic I wanted to discuss is net zero by 2050. Australia has just signed up to that target, but that aside, and that will have implications for our industry, but that aside, we're already seeing investors and bankers that are wanting to see our sustainability performance and how we're managing and tackling climate change. I'm aware of one company in Australia that's signed up to net zero by 2050, and I expect more will follow. Emissions can either be direct emissions or indirect emissions. Indirect are either upstream or downstream activities. In Australia, if a business exceeds a certain threshold of emissions, they're required to report on Scope 1 and Scope 2. This graph shows typical emissions for a network business. The 4 key contributors are network losses, SF6, electricity and transport, although network losses make up 95%. If we were to make an assumption, which is probably reasonable, that by 2050 we'll be driving around in electric vehicles, the energy mix will be largely renewable, then most of these emissions are going to drop away with the exception of SF6. This graph shows that a bit more clearly. In this particular case, you can see electricity use has been decreasing, in part due to the increased renewables in the generation mix, but also in this case due to downsizing and rationalisation of offices. Transport has remained fairly constant, but SF6 continues to grow. And this only projects up to 2024. You can imagine what this graph would look like at around 2050. The problem here is that we're installing equipment today that has a life of 45 or 50 years, and the 2050 is less than 30 years away. I don't think anyone knows what the government's position in 20 years is going to be in relation to SF6 and whether it should be taxed or penalised or phased out or removed, and hence it's a risk which needs to be managed. A number of companies are developing strategies. The strategies are looking at trialling alternatives, phasing out SF6, minimising leaks and improving reporting. Some companies have developed apps on the iPhone to track cylinder usage and measure the weights before and after and identify if leaks were present. So the way the cylinders work, they identify a cylinder, either typing it in or via a QR code. It then takes them to a screen that gives them all the details about that cylinder. And then the app requires the user to identify the location. In this case, we're at Engadine Zone. And then we need to weigh the cylinder. So the previous activity was about to top up leaking equipment. So the activity required would be finish top up leaking equipment. If the user was to enter the incorrect activity, the app identifies a missed weigh or an error. So the user then goes back and enters in the correct activity. And in this case, the cylinder weight is 76 kilograms, which is a reduction and a loss equivalent to 52.8 tonnes of CO2. So the user then submits the form. All that information goes into a database which tracks losses and leaks in terms of equipment and location, and if there's any errors, and can send out email reminders or notifications if there was a missed weigh. So there are just some examples of things that are happening that I thought might be of interest to some people. Before I formally hand over to the new convener, I just wanted to thank Cigre Australia for the opportunity, and here's a very brief summary of my last 6 years. One of the benefits you'll often hear about Cigre is just the benefit of establishing a network of contacts from around the world, not only in terms of expertise, but developing friendships and being able to look at things from a different point of view. In my case, there was about 30 different countries, and when you get that many people in a room, there's always a different point of view that challenges and forces you to look at things from a different perspective. My company has oil-filled cables, and we've revised our process of draining those cables once decommissioned to a point where we're recovering close to 100% of the free oil. Previously, it was 60%. And that revised process all started with a conversation over dinner after one of these Cigre meetings. Other benefits derived from Cigre include development of an environmental risk model, which was used to underpin our oil-filled cable replacement program. The model was presented to the EPA, who endorsed our program. We've also developed a new standard construction for dual circuit 132 kV cables, which substantially reduces the magnetic field. And probably the highlight was leading the development of a working group technical brochure This provided access to industry experts around the world, including professors and doctors, which wouldn't have been otherwise possible without Cigre. We're able to utilise all of this knowledge from these members and present it in a way that was applicable to the Australian context. And so we're able to bring that back to Australia and provide real tangible benefits to the industry. So now it's time to formally hand over to Brett Haywood, who is the new convener for the Australian panel C3. Brett is currently the Environmental Services Manager at Essential Energy, which covers the bulk of New South Wales. He's got 20 years experience in mining, petroleum, generation and electricity networks. As you can probably gather from the photo, Brett is a bit of a character, but his experience, he knows what he's talking about and he's always willing to contribute. I think Brett will make a great addition to the committee and I wish him all the best. Also, finally, I'd just like to thank Cigre Australia for the opportunity that was given to me. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name's Andrew Halley. I'm the convener of Australian Panel of C4. Welcome to this year's annual report. Just as an introduction and a recap on the scope of Study Committee C4, we cover off a range of topics including power quality, electromagnetic compatibility and interference, insulation coordination, lightning, and power system dynamics and numerical analysis. In terms of power system dynamics, as indicated on the figure, we cover quite a broad spectrum of topics, ranging from those occurring in the microsecond and millisecond time frame, right through to phenomena that basically span out to tens, hundreds of seconds, and even longer in the case of some issues. It's continues to be a busy space in Study Committee C4. We currently have 39 active working groups in progress. 16 of those are joint working groups being undertaken in collaboration with other Cigre study committees, as well as CIRED and IEEE. At the moment, about 1/3 of our working groups are related to the power system dynamics and numerical analysis topic, and that's still being driven quite heavily by the, I suppose, the energy transition that we're seeing, the change of technologies within our power system, and all the issues that go with that. We currently have 2 working group conveners from Australia. Babak is looking after C456, and Jason is looking after a new working group, which has only just kicked off, C465, which is specification, validation, and application of harmonic models and inverter-based resources. In terms of some of the newer working groups that have started recently, I'd highlight the following 2, in addition to the ones just mentioned. These will have relevance for the Australian power industry going forward. That is Working Group C463, Harmonic Power Quality Standards and Compliance Verification, a comparative assessment and practical guide. It'll be quite a useful working group. And immediately following C464, application of real-time digital simulation in power systems. And this is becoming more relevant as more network service providers and certainly AEMO begin to explore the possibilities and the benefits of real-time simulation for studying the power system. In terms of publications, since the last get-together that we had back in November of last year, there's been 3 technical brochures published from C4. I won't bother going through and reading the names out there. You can look at the slides at your leisure later. But I suppose it's worth mentioning that there's quite a backlog, to be honest, of working groups that are still expecting to publish soon, but have been negatively affected by COVID. So submissions are currently pending from all of those working groups shown there. The titles and topics for those working groups you can find in the C4 annual report, which will be published certainly before Christmas. In addition to the technical brochures, Study Committee C4 continues to be active in publishing material in the Cigre Science and Engineering Journal, as well as Electra. In recent times, there's been a number of papers or articles that have been published with an Australian focus. Volumes 20 and 21 of the CSE contain a number of these. Some examples. The first is developing dynamic load models for the Australian national electricity market with a focus on distributed energy resources. So this is essentially how to start modelling things like photovoltaics and rooftop solar, how to take those into account as part of our system simulations. The second one was practical experience with mitigation of subsynchronous control interaction in power systems with low system strength. So Sachin Goyal from PowerLink was a significant contributor to that particular article, and it's certainly well worth a read. On the topic of system strength, it seems to be the gift that gives on giving, this one. There was an Electra reference paper published off the back of volume 20 of CSE, simply titled System Strength. This was produced by Babak Badzada and Zia Amin. Zia is our study committee chairman for C4, and that was largely summarising the work that was done for the Paris session last year, as well as the Australian webinar that was run in the November. So look out for those. In terms of other mediums, Study Committee C4 is continuing with its production of webinars. They're proving very popular and easy to access. A good example of the level of interest that's been shown in them, there was the webinar held on 10th of December last year, titled Impact of High Penetration of Inverter-Based Generation on System Inertia of Networks. This was a webinar produced by Joint Working Group C2 C441, of which Nilesh Modi from AEMO is our C4 rep. That attracted 580 registered participants and ended up with some 329 online attendees, which to the best of our knowledge is a record for a C4 webinar. So great to see, and certainly a fantastic and very interesting topic. The other C4 webinar that's been run in the last or in recent times was titled New Aspects and Guides to Procedures for Estimating Lightning Performance of Transmission Lines. That was run on July 22nd of this year, and from what I understand, it was well attended and of interest to a number of people. So that's really good. On the topic of green books, C4 has commenced a new green book to be titled Power System Dynamic Modelling and Analysis in Evolving Networks, with a release date of 2023. The lead authors for this green book are Babak and Zia, and there's a number of contributors that have put their hands up from Australia, including myself, Nilesh and Sachin. So we'll be working steadily through 2022 to develop and produce the draft inputs to that particular document, with the subsequent review and publication thereafter. So yeah, look out for that one. The Paris virtual session this year, there was a number of contributions from Australia. So the first was a C4 workshop that was run on the Monday, 23rd of August. It was titled EMT Analysis for Large-Scale System Impact Studies in Power Systems Having a High Penetration of Inverter-Connected Generation. So this was coordinated by Babak as convener of Working Group C456. That was followed soon after on the Tuesday and Wednesday by the C4 General Discussion Meeting, at which it was great to see a number of Australian contributions, some prepared and some just presented verbally during the meeting, covering a whole range of topics, including those mentioned there. So thanks to all those that were involved. It was great to have that Australian input, and given the time zone and the time of night rather than day that we were involved, it was good to see I suppose the level of interest in the numbers. So that was really a really good outcome. For the next para session, we've had 3 papers accepted for presentation, covering preferential subjects 1 and 3. I won't read each of the paper titles. By all means, have a read later. And if you'd like to talk to any of the authors or provide any ideas, either get in contact directly, or if you haven't got contact details, let me know, and I'll see what I can do to pass them on. In addition to the papers, we've had 2 Australian special reporters selected for 2022. Sarath Pereira is looking after Preferential Subject 1, and Babak is looking after Preferential Subject 3. So really great representation from Australia for the next para session coming up, which is great to see. So we had our C4 panel meeting back in September. It was an online meeting again, unfortunately, due to ongoing COVID restrictions. But nonetheless, it was well attended. It was 29 members and invited guests attended the admin meeting on the Monday. We review a number of things at that admin meeting, but a couple to mention here are membership. A regular membership of 28 is in the process of being expanded to 32. So we're still seeing growth within the panel, which is great, and very high level of interest in the work of C4. We've got really good industry diversity at present, but poor gender diversity. So unfortunately, we've got no ladies on the panel, and it's something that we are keen to see change. So if you have female engineers in your businesses and they're keen to contribute to either working groups or the activities of C4, please make contact with us, because we'd love to see them involved and contribute to the range of topics that we look at. We had a technical workshop on the Tuesday, the day after. 7 presentations this year, a few examples there below. I won't bother reading them out, but needless to say, it continues to amaze me even after the length of time that I've been involved in C4, just the range of experiences and the knowledge base that we've got within our panel, and the broader membership. It is quite amazing, and you realise just how much of an asset it is to the Australian power industry. So yeah, thanks to all those that presented. It was a good couple of days, and certainly looking forward to next year. So I'm actually over time and out of time, so I just wanted to say thank you and an au revoir. This is my last report as the convener of C4. I'll be handing over immediately after this. The 6 years have gone quickly. It's been a most rewarding and enjoyable experience, and that's been in great part due to the exceptional people that I've been fortunate enough to interact with, both here in Australia and internationally. It's been a great opportunity to get to know a lot of people and be involved in some amazing work. I'd like to make special mention to Terry Killen and Sally Earnshaw at the Brisbane office. They've been very supportive of the C4 panel in organising activities and just supporting me as convener. So thank you, Terry and Sally. Your work doesn't go unnoticed. I'd also like to say thanks to the Cigre Australia board for its commitment to supporting travel and the general involvement of Australian representatives in overseas activities. When you talk to other representatives from other countries, they don't get the level of support that we do to travel and be involved. And, you know, I think we run the risk of taking it for granted if it's not called out. So thank you to the board and yeah, it's been a great experience from my perspective. With that, I'd like to introduce Babak Badzada. Many of you will know Babak. He's taking over as convener for the next 6 years. Babak's well established in C4 activities already, as you've probably noted from the number of things that he's already working on, both locally and internationally. So I've got absolutely no doubts that the panel's in great hands going forward and will continue to deliver some really good outcomes. So thanks for listening. Happy to take any questions, and thank you for the opportunity to have held this position. Talk to you all again soon. Thank you.
Hello. I believe it will be the afternoon by the time this is shown. So good afternoon, everyone. My name's Greg Thorpe, and I am the convener of AU-C5, the Markets and Regulation Mirror Panel. My job today is to give you a brief presentation about the work of C5 in Australasia over the last 12 months. I'll be summarising some of the really major market and regulatory changes that have occurred in the markets that members represent, and also note some of our international activities. So, to get started. As we all recognise, technology is changing dramatically, policy settings are changing dramatically as well. And we don't need any to be told again that the paradigms that used to be the case are no longer fit for purpose. Our C5 members are focused on regulatory and commercial instruments. We currently have 18 members representing 5 markets. The panel last met at the end of June this year by virtual meeting. The key matters that we discussed then were the preparation for the large disturbance workshop held as part of the virtual Paris 2021 session. This session is always a highlight, and Australia, for better or worse, usually has events worth discussion. We also gave quite a bit of time to preparation of 4 technical papers to be presented at the Paris 2022 session. And our next meeting is scheduled to be held in the middle of 2022, and with a bit of luck, that might be face-to-face. Looking at the markets that members represent, starting with New Zealand, and thank you to Ramu Naidu for this contribution. So there's been a very considerable amount of new projects announced, all of them renewable. An interesting development is that this time last year, I was reporting that a very large block of load in the aluminium smelter in the South Island was expected to shut down. That's now changed, and that is continuing to operate at least for a couple more years. On the regulatory side, the Electricity Authority, the rulemaker in New Zealand, is consulting on a proposed new transmission pricing methodology. That'll come into force in a couple of years, dependent on the results of consultation. Going up north in Australia, the Darwin-Catherine system, the work to reform the Darwin-Catherine electricity market is continuing. There are 2 major themes that work is trying to achieve. It's trying to facilitate a renewable mandate of government, and also to do that in a way that allows for open access and competition. The NER is being adopted progressively, chapter by chapter, and in fact, it is already being used to regulate networks. In the last 12 months, the focus of work has been on the market side, where there's been significant work, although it has been pretty much behind closed doors, on the reliability mechanism, essential services, and dispatch and settlement. And thanks to Sean Egan for his assistance in putting this one together. In the northwest of the country, in the Pilbara, this is a market that often goes under the radar, but there's been considerable work there, and they have recently finished creation of a light-handed access regime, and it is in operation. And there will be a new system operator function. It is yet another framework which just demonstrates the importance of taking account of local conditions in market designs. So it has an independent system operator, and the members of the company there are the operators of the main electricity networks, who I've listed there. In Western Australia, in the wholesale electricity market there, which operates in the southwest, there's also been major work that has now come to completion. There's been called an energy transformation strategy, and the list of items there that were covered by that: a new whole of system plan, roughly equivalent to an integrated system plan of the NEM, a DER roadmap, generator performance standards, and an overhaul of the dispatch arrangements. They've also changed market governance, and looking forward, the Energy Policy WA has now launched phase 2, which will begin implementation, a review of the reserve capacity mechanism, which really was not significantly amended by the transformation strategy that's been completed, and also some further structural changes to the market rules in both electricity and gas. In the Australian NEM, the most significant activity was the work of the Energy Security Board, which continued from 2019. Recommendations have been accepted for changes in resource adequacy and thermal plant retirement, in essential system services, DER markets, and access and transmission. You can see there the overlap with some of the work that's been done in the Western Australian market. The work is underway to develop detailed designs, and also the ESB itself has now been restructured and comprises the heads of AEMC, AER and AEMO. You might say the permanent entities rather than a special purpose body. The work of C5, there had been a large disturbance workshop, which I mentioned. There's also been, that is a joint activity with C2, and it examines market and system implications of disturbances. The large disturbance workshop was held again in 2021, and that was again quite successful. AU C5 members contributed papers for the upcoming session for next year, and also presented papers that were considered in 21. Members of the panel are involved in working groups for blockchain applications, real-time market price formation, a new working group with C2 on market interventions and carbon pricing in electricity markets. And I'd also like to record my general assistance from Victor Francisco, who is the secretary of the panel. Thank you.
Welcome to this summary of the 2021 activities of Cigre Australia Panel C6, Active Distribution Systems and Distributed Energy Resources. The scope of C6 is pretty well summarised by its name. It obviously covers DER, the connection of large numbers of small generators to distribution networks, but it also includes storage technologies such as battery energy storage systems, off-grid systems, electric vehicles and rural electrification. Internationally, Study Committee C6 has published 2 technical brochures this year, TB 826 on hybrid systems for off-grid power supply and TB 835 on rural electrification. Both these technical brochures had a substantial Australian input, with Sasan Zabihi and Ken Ash contributing to the hybrid systems brochure, and Jackie Mills, Shervin Farney, Sam Steinberg and Glenn Summers contributing to the rural electrification brochure, with Jackie Mills serving as the working group secretary. There is also a technical brochure on multi-energy systems which should be published on eCigre very soon. As you'll no doubt have heard from previous speakers, the postponed 2020 Paris session was to have been held in August this year as a face-to-face event. However, due to COVID, it was held as a virtual session. The COVID situation also meant that there was no face-to-face meeting of the Australian C6 Mirror Panel this year, although we did hold a number of teleconferences. For upcoming Study Committee C6 activities, the 2022 Paris session will be held in August next year. The C6 preferential subjects are as shown on the screen. In Australia, we have CIDRE 2022 to be held in Adelaide. CIDRE is the Conference on Integration of Distributed Energy Resources and is run by Cigre Australia Panel C6. This will be the 4th time it has been held, following on from events in Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne. It was due to be held this year at the start of November, but had to be postponed due to the COVID situation. The conference is held over 2 days and has received very positive feedback from past participants. It aims to be a practical conference focusing on the integration of DER from a network perspective. Similar to previous years, there will be an NGN session on the Tuesday afternoon. This will be a panel session organised by Cigre's Next Generation Network, the network for members 35 years of age and younger. The NGN session will be followed by a stand-up networking dinner in the exhibition space. We have found this in previous years to be a popular format, allowing delegates to meet and discuss topics of interest. The CIDRE conference will be held on 10th and 11th of May 2022 at the Stamford Grand Adelaide Hotel, right on Glenelg Beach. The call for presentations is open until 18th of February and the early bird registration is open until 10th of March next year. We have 2 keynote speakers lined up. Brendan Hampton, Manager Network Strategy for SA Power Networks, will be speaking on South Australia, the heart of the distributed energy future. Bruce Bennett, Manager Connection and Access for AGL, will be talking on the Dalrymple grid forming battery in South Australia. We also have a panel session on microgrids to be chaired by Jenny Gannon, Manager Generation and Customer Standards for Energy Queensland. Confirmed speakers include Professor Pierre Luigi Mancarella of the University of Melbourne, Albert Paws, Power Quality and Reliability Planning Manager for Endeavour Energy, Sean Elphick of the Australian Power Quality and Reliability Centre at the University of Wollongong, and Dr. Wai-Kin Wong, Senior Manager, Grid Scale Technologies of AGL. We think this will be a great event for anyone interested in this rapidly evolving area. More information is available on the Cigre Australia website for anyone wishing to attend. In the lead up to CIDRE 2022, we'll be hosting a webinar in early March. More details will be available on the Cigre Australia website early in the new year. Returning to overseas activities, Cigre will be holding a symposium in Kyoto in April 2022. This will be co-chaired by Study Committee C6. Members of the Australian C6 panel have had 3 papers accepted for the symposium. Those of you that attended the morning session will have heard that in 2023, Australia will host a Cigre symposium in Cairns. This is a major event on the Cigre calendar and will be attended by a number of study committees, including C6. Indeed, the idea of holding a symposium in Cairns was championed by the Australian C6 panel, following on from the successful CIDRE conferences. As such, we'll be looking to hold our CIDRE 2023 conference in conjunction with the symposium. The date is the 4th to 7th September 2023, and the venue is what will be, by then, the refurbished and expanded Cairns Convention Centre. More details will be posted on the Cigre Australia website as planning of the event proceeds. In the remaining time left, I would like to touch on some of the issues that are of interest to C6 members, particularly relating to the integration of small-scale DER. Many of the previous concerns around this have not eventuated. This includes things like power quality, harmonics and flicker, number of tap changes at zone substation transformers, and issues with unintentional islanding. One aspect that continues to be a problem is voltage management in LV networks. However, there are an increasing number of tools available to network owners to mitigate such problems. Whereas in the past, the solution to a voltage problem may have been to upgrade the network, other options available now or that are being trialled include low voltage StatComs, voltage regulating distribution transformers, and closed loop voltage control. PV inverters also include features to help with voltage management, such as the so-called power quality response modes. As problems at the distribution level with the integration of PV are being addressed, the sheer quantity of DER installed is starting to create issues at higher levels in the network. This can be seen in differing requirements for rate of change of frequency, under frequency, and vector shift protections. From an anti-islanding perspective, the desire is to have tight settings for these protections to enable fast tripping. However, from a system control perspective, it is preferable to have looser settings so that the DER can stay connected and continue to generate during a system disturbance. It's also becoming very apparent that some sort of control will be required over rooftop PV as the proportion of total load it supplies steadily increases in the system. Continuing on with the themes and issues we're presently seeing, the use of community energy storage continues to grow. This is where a DNSP, possibly in conjunction with a retailer, installs battery energy storage within their network to serve a number of customers. There have been trials and installations in a number of states across Australia. A further trend we're seeing is the use of battery energy storage systems as the centerpiece of a microgrid. These have been successfully installed in a number of locations across Australia. This holds very considerable promise for increasing the reliability of supply to small or remote communities. One issue with such microgrids is in islanded mode in systems with a large amount of rooftop PV. There is the possibility of the PV overcharging the batteries or possibly exceeding the power rating of the BESS converter. One technique that has been trialled in at least a couple of microgrid installations to manage this issue is to make use of the response of the PV inverter to a change in frequency. When power or charge limits are about to be exceeded, the BESS can increase the system frequency and drive the power output of the PV inverters lower. This can do away with the need for an expensive distributed control system. Another development which is expected to become more common is to disconnect fringe of grid customers from the power grid and install standalone power systems. This can give lower cost, improve reliability, and increase customer satisfaction. This has been trialled in Western Australia with good results. A number of other utilities have also conducted limited trials, although there continue to be regulatory issues which need to be overcome. And that concludes this presentation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Cigre Australia, for the special honor and the incredible 2021 ACPI Cigre Award. Winning this provides a credible endorsement to Victoria University of the quality of research and teaching we provide here. Personally, it means this is awesome and is a recognition that I am on the right path, following my heart, doing what I love, as I'm passionate about electrical power engineering. As far as my research is concerned, I'm primarily focused in three areas. One is on smart grid, where I'm looking at 61850 implementation. And then the second one is in alternative energy system, where most of the work is in hybrid renewable energy system, and in electric vehicles, which not only includes the four-wheelers, but also the two-wheelers. About myself, I'm the head of external engagement at Victoria University, have been working at Victoria University for more than 37 years. I'm also chair of EIT and Texila College Australia Academic Board. EIT is based in Perth and Texila is in Melbourne. Also, I have my own consulting company, and I am the editor-in-chief of Australian Journal of Electrical and Electronic Engineering. Again, continuing about myself, I've got further appointments, that is concurrent appointments in Australia, in India, in Malaysia, and Oman. I've published over 600 papers with over 37 books. I'm also a motivational lecturer in various places, whether in universities or public or any other educational sector. I provide consultancy for the electricity supply industries and also assist in change management plan to universities and other higher education sector. As far as my qualification is concerned, I did my PhD from Bath in England and my master's from University of Oklahoma in US. I did my 2 undergraduate degrees in India. I'm a member of many institutions, which includes Australia Institute of Energy, Energies Australia, Institute of Engineering and Technology, IEEE, Cigre, and Standards Australia. As far as my research impact is concerned, as I told you, more than 600 publications. I have received research grants of $4 million, and my H index is 26, whereas I-10 index is 81. I've been cited about 3,400 times. I received the John Marsden Medal in 2016, 19, and 20 for the best paper in the Australian Journal of Electrical and Electronic Engineering. And the ACPE Cigre Outstanding Academic Award, which recognizes an Australian academic for outstanding career-long contribution to industry, teaching, and research in power engineering. I have provided Victoria University with my services, and Victoria University has got a ERA ranking, which is Excellence of Research in Australia ranking of 5, which is way above the world standard. Just under 50 students have graduated who have done their PhD or masters under my supervision. Many of them are holding very senior positions, and they have made notable contribution to industry and academia. Currently, I'm supervising about a dozen postgraduate research students. As far as the best practice, I believe that our electricity system must become smart, and this is the priority throughout the world. There are enough adequately skilled specialists in the field. I recently started a new course which is tailor-made for the industry professionals who want to upskill their qualification. My passion for renewable energy has helped shape this course. It is practical, industry-focused, and therefore it sets VU above all other institutions. Most of the materials are taught in case studies and project-based curriculum, where there's workshop-style classes. I built up this Victoria's zone substation, Victoria University's zone substation simulator. This is a $3.5 million industry funded, only of its kind anywhere in the academic world. Our students in Victoria University use block mode model for learning, and they do 2 units at a time in 8-week blocks. And the comments have been very, very good for this mode of delivery. Some of the impact of my student, and I just want to focus on some of them, because the student success have ensured that they get a good employment. And I've trained more than 9,000 undergraduate, postgraduate, and industry-based electrical engineer in my career. Give you an example of Chabilal. Chabilal works in TriCab, and he thinks that that he has been made job ready because of this renewable energy program that he did it with us. And his success is due to the support that he has received from his professors. Then another colleague from overseas, he has learned a lot, and he believes that all the hard work that has been invested to make his career, he will remember us all over his life, and he's grateful for that. This Robin came from Kenya. He did his studies in undergraduate in telecommunication, and he moved to power systems in renewable energy area, and he chose us because he was impressed with the VU graduates. Okay, and he was very much, he wanted to move to the renewable area. I have a editorship of a number of journals. 3 of them I would point out. The Australian Journal of Electrical and Electronic Engineering. I'm the editor-in-chief, a member of the editorial board for Energy, and Electrica. Energy is in Switzerland, and Electrica is in Malaysia. I provide consultancy for a number of industries, whether it is for IED isolation purposes, whether it is for establishing Victoria Zone Substation Simulator, whether it's for a doctor's scholarship, whether we're doing testing for cable manufacturers, providing workshop for local distribution companies, and for providing other standard testing procedures and cables. I've been regularly providing courses to ESAA and API in the Power Engineering Summer School, and there's been major funding from some of the very good distribution companies. I've received seed grants from on the two-wheelers and looking at for the public transport infrastructure. Also, I have been expert witness for the state government of Victoria and the tenants for the proposed undergrounding of Waverley Park 220 kV transmission line. This was a great project that I was involved with. Now let us look at some of the innovation, the emerging needs for smart distribution networks. And the trends are very simple. Fundamentally, there are 3 Ds: decarbonization, decentralization, and digitization. And as far as the electricity supply chain implications are concerned, we are looking at smart power grid, smart consumer, smart transportation, smart renewables, and smart electricity services. Now, a question comes is, what is a smart substation? And this is not a new concept, but a logical conclusion if electricity supply network is to become a smart network. There are different opinions, but a smart substation is more efficient and effective in carrying out its current function and has built in the capability to cater for future requirements. So we are working on traditionally station bus, process bus, and looking at various type of bay level, station level, and the process level. So we are working on standardization, digitization, and peer-to-peer communication. Now I would like to talk about the zone substation laboratory that we are doing at Victoria University. And then few highlights of our research group. These are some of my research students. That is my postdoctoral fellow. There's a tech over there. And we are working on various type of software like HyperSim and eMegaSim. Again, this is the industry-based type of cubicle that we have. This is exactly the same cubicle that Gemina and AusNet services use in their substation. We have got a strong collaboration not only with Gemina but also with AusNet services, and this started in 2013, and we had we looked at the station which was commissioned in Broadmeadows in 2015, and since then Gemina has collaborated with us so as to develop the substation simulator and to test the technology, and this is how their technicians and their staff members and other staff have come and done the courses with us. I do acknowledge my mentors, my teachers, in particular all my PhD students and postdocs. I believe VU is a fantastic and a wonderful place to work. And most importantly, the support that I've received from my family members. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cigre Australia. Again, thank you very much for this wonderful award, and have a great day.
All right, everyone. Well, welcome to the last question session of the day. So we're here ready to take any questions from anyone who's online. Have you got any questions coming in? Okay. If we don't get any questions, I'll reserve the right to ask a few.
Comments on YouTube, but yes.
Right. Well, we might just get things moving. And I was particularly wanted to just go back to one of the themes from earlier in the day, where Angela asked us about sustainability and the broader interest being shown across the industry, and particularly by investors. And we saw some insights there from the C3 discussion. And we're now in the session with the system panels. So the question is, which part of Cigre actually owns the reporting of the sustainability of the entire power system? Is that a C3 issue? Is it a C1 issue, or is it a C2 issue? We've got members here from all, so maybe just jump around and see what the thoughts are. We might start with you, Greg, see if it's a C2 issue.
Thanks, David. So I think one of the challenges with C2 is where very much the end of the line, the buck stops with us in the real time. We can only operate the power system as it's presented to us on the day in real time. There's probably not much more that we can add beyond that point. We have our resilience techniques and making the most use of the resources that we have available to us at the time. Not wanting to duck the question, but I suspect we might not be the answer to your question.
No, that's good. Maybe jump to Christian and try hear what's going on in the C1 world with the idea of rolling all of the sustainability and resilience topics into one.
Someone actually said to me once, resilience is not developed in the operational space, it's developed in the planning phase. And certainly that is true. And sustainability, I think, is also an aspect of C1 work. I mean, you plan the way you're going to operate the system and you operate the way you've planned it is very much true. So starting with a sustainable thought in mind, building what you need and not overbuilding, but also thinking about how you can sustain continuous operation in the future is part of what you're doing, whether that's from a point of view of infrastructure, whether it is from a point of view of thinking about how the system is going to evolve. These are all aspects that we need to think about. Even when you think about batteries, I think fantastic devices that can provide a lot of a lot of important functionality to the power system, but as we all know, lithium ion is not necessarily the most friendly stuff to get rid of. So there needs to be some thought given as well as to the solutions we start developing and how we eventually start to think about how we manage some of the environmental impact. Same goes for solar panels. I think there was a figure bounced around recently about the millions of solar panels that will, once they reach their environmental life, become landfill. So right now, but in the future, how do we deal with it? So I think energy solutions need to think about, you know, sustainability, both in terms of investment and cost, but also environmental. I'll leave it at that for now. So yes, part of it is part of C1. I suppose there's a lot of different people that have to put their hands in the wheel as well.
And maybe over to you, James, because I think one of the things we're starting to see, and you touched on it, is a lot of the investors and the financiers are really demanding to understand what our sustainability plans are. What's C3 doing to help the industry sort of with that reporting and being able to satisfy stakeholder interest?
Yeah, okay. First, oops, I've got a bit of feedback here. It's causing that.
You're coming through fine for us, mate.
All right, I think the first issue is what is sustainability? I think it means different things to different people. Arguably, there's components of sustainability in terms of what the investors are looking at that even sit outside of Cigre. You know, they're looking at things like slave labour. Going to that extent, certainly environmental sustainability and emissions and climate change. Yeah, arguably it sits across a number of committees. C3 is looking at reporting of emissions and accounting. I see it as an emerging area, not only for C3, but for a number of committees, and how we tackle that as an industry. And back to what it means, you know, I don't necessarily have an answer. You hear people talk about triple bottom line, you know, the 3 Ps of people, planet and profit. You could probably argue there's a 4th P there of politics. And there's also concepts such as circular economy, and I think it's important for Cigre to define for them, you know, what it means and where they want to take it. As I said, I think it cuts across multiple committees.
Thanks, James. Have we got anybody on the call who wants to raise a question or ask a question?
David, Greg Thorpe here. I'd like to follow that on that question we've been talking about. And I think James just said it, but it's also symptomatic of a number of areas that we talk about, the economics of development, the economics of operation, resilience of the power system, performance, etc. Each of these does touch on the work of a number of the panels. I think it would be well worthwhile the technical committee itself taking a bit of a lead to decide how to get a consolidated report, at least from Australia, on matters such as emissions, you know, common base, common definitions, and get a consolidated report, which will be a much more efficient process rather than everyone trying to launch something separately. I think we should be tackling the emissions question, possibly the resilience question, and that might lead on to other areas as well, that we could coordinate with a common definition, which really, the lead for that really has to come through the ATP, I think.
Thanks, Greg. Great thoughts there, and I think something that's a good idea to hand over to Angela for taking that forward. But yeah, thanks for raising that. We've got one question from the room here.
Yeah, it's more of a comment, actually. I really endorse your view there, Greg. And I was thinking, as Greg Hesse was responding earlier, that we have a concept in engineering of safety in design. I think we need a concept of sustainability in design too, so that everything that we do is takes into account where we want to end up. So from point of view of climate change, from materials usage, the ability to reuse our materials and so on. I think we need to focus on it from the point at which we start planning our systems, right through to the operation, and even further on how we manage the end of life of our equipment as well.
Peter, over to you, mate.
Thank you. On that point that was last raised, on particularly relating to disposal and replacement, there's, from a protection perspective, there are sort of aspects when we do replace about what we might do with the protection once it is replaced, and there has been sort of some thoughts, particularly within utility, about that, and aspects of recycling. And we've noticed overseas, particularly in some other countries, that some manufacturers are offering relays return for recycling, and maybe the materials reused, and also maybe offers of replacements or discounts for upgraded systems. So there's those aspects, and also maybe reuse in terms of registers for reuse of equipment that maybe other utilities can use if there's still life in them. So there's lots of discussion going on within the utility about that. Although I do agree that there's lots of different aspects to sustainability, but there's lots of aspects from a protection perspective there as well.
Thanks, Peter. Have we got any other hands raised? I'm staying a little away from my computer, so I can't quite see the virtual hands.
Just ask them to speak up, so I can't see anybody.
All right. So anyone, don't feel you need to raise your hands. We're having a few technical difficulties, so just speak up if you've got a question.
David, Angela here.
Yes, Angela.
Talking about technical difficulties, I can't find the raise your hand, so I thought I'd jump in while I can.
Yes.
Yeah, look, I absolutely agree. I think that was good to actually just sort of tease out that little bit more on that sustainability. But absolutely agree. I think it's a fairly big conversation that's happening out there in the industry, and I think it'd be, especially for Cigre, a good, I guess, starting point to try and pull in, the right subject matter experts to actually try and tackle it and come up with, sort of the high level areas that we need to be looking at. But most definitely, it's an area of discussion that I see across all the panels, and probably, maybe more so in some of the other panels, but it doesn't particularly belong in any particular panel. So I think it's going to be quite interesting, actually, bringing that one to the surface and teasing it out a bit more, and getting that industry expertise on the table, and being able to learn and share. So look forward to working with everyone on that one in particular.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have a question myself.
Matt, yes, fire away.
I had a question that I think goes to James in the C3 area. I think one of the figures that you put up during your recording was talking to the CO2 emissions from different aspects of the electricity industry, and the largest there, if I recall and remember it correctly, was around line losses. Is there much work, I guess, looking into the benefits of maybe renewables, if they're co-located with use, or other generation systems in removing those line losses, or helping to minimise those line losses?
Look, that's a good question. For my company in particular, there's not a lot happening on that front. I think over time, as the generators become more renewable, those greenhouse gas emissions from network losses will diminish. There's potentially some, maybe even the government, assuming that will reach zero around the 2050 mark, in which case the network losses won't be an issue if we're 100% renewable energy by then. But in terms of minimising losses, nothing specific that I'm aware of.
Thanks for that, Dan.
Thanks, Dave.
All right. Well, look, if one last chance for anyone who's on the call who wants to ask a question. If not, we might move on to the next part of the agenda. All right. Thank you. Now, how do I get the presentation back on this laptop over now? And the original one from it there. Thank you. Thanks, Travis.
Last one?
Yep. All right, now we come to one of the most important bits of the day, and that is really to thank and recognise 6 very important people who wind up their term of involvement with the ATC today.
Sorry. Sorry, David.
Right, all righty. Here we go. Now we've had all the technical assistance we need. Hopefully you can see the gentleman a little bit bigger now that we're talking about. And so what we wanted to do in the normal course of events, we would now be pausing for the obligatory photo opportunities and exchange of certificates, which is all just a little bit hard to do in a virtual environment. So instead, I really just wanted to pause to extend my thanks to each of the conveners. They've all contributed in their own special way, but I think the common theme that you would have seen coming through today is they've all contributed to a growing panel, a local panel, local involvement, while at the same time also making a pretty solid contribution to the international activities. And I think that's the hallmark of what we really need, and what we need in our panel conveners, and something that really underscores the success of our panels is across the COVID years, we've seen a very substantial increase in panel members. Memberships across all panels, which I think is really saying that people are getting a lot of return from being involved in these panels, and a lot of that goes back to the panel conveners. So thank you very much to our outgoing panel conveners. And so just stepping them through one at a time, that's Ross Willoughby, who's been leading our transformer activities now for the last 6 years. The thing that I'll always remember, and the big contribution that Ross has made, is always being there and always taking that transformer seminar through. And that's been a standout example, I think, of where we're bringing international expertise and making it available locally. And so that's been a feature of our calendar every year, and even in the last year in COVID, it ran as a virtual event. So we were still able to exchange that knowledge and experience. Thank you very much, Ross. To Wayne. Wayne's had a leading role both locally and contributing to the international work. He's supported the study committee, taking on special reporter roles, supporting the poster session during the Paris sessions. And he's been our go-to person at all of these discussions, leading the discussion over many years about what are we going to do to replace SF6. So thank you for keeping us informed on that journey, Wayne. John, I think you would have seen and picked up through his presentation, a real passion in John's term as the lead for B2 of trying to get young people involved in the panel and finding a whole lot of ways of doing that. He's had a lot of those young people are now been on the panel and contributing through to working groups. So real success story there. Aside from that local bit, The other thing that many of you might not be aware of, John's been very active in the study committee, active on 2 of their advisory groups, which are really the direction setting bodies within the study committees. Thank you very much, John, for your contribution. To James Hart, again, contributing both here and internationally. You would have seen in some of James' slides featuring some of the work on updating the EMF advice. So that was a major piece of our contribution to the international work of the C3 panel. And aside from that, he's also taken on special reporter roles and contributed to tutorials through the Paris sessions. Special mention next to Andrew Halley. Andrew's been looking after, I think, one of the real active international panels. You can see just through his presentation the influence that the Australian C4 panel is having internationally on the direction of C4. Now, I'm not sure whether that's what's driving all of that. I think we're starting to see some of the issues emerge in Australia first. And so in the system performance and analysis area, the A4 panel has been leading the charge, I think. And that for me was underpinned with a very successful seminar that was held during the middle of COVID, looking at system strength. And that had, for those of us who were at that seminar, we started off with 15 minutes of technology problems. And I thought this is going to be appalling. But during that time, they held about 900 attendees and only about 30 dropped off. So I think it meant that the subject matter was right on what everyone was interested in. It was a very well received piece of work. And I think the one thing we'd note through all of this period of Andrew's reign, he set, I think, the record here in the A4 panel, the record for each Paris session for the most number of papers coming out of Australia. So a very strong and continual local contribution. Thank you very much, Andrew. And to Victor. So Victor's been leading our D2 panel and is handing over the reins today. He's been a strong contributor, both locally and to the study committee, taking on special reporter roles and really harnessing a lot of input from our local panel into the study committee. And it's pleasing to see that all of that effort and all of that contribution has been recognised, with Victor now being appointed to take on board the study committee lead role as the chair from the next Paris session. And that will mean that from an Australian perspective, we now have a great influence or continuing influence over the international direction of Cigre. So it's really pleasing for us in Australia. I'd like you all to just join me now in expressing a vote of thanks to the outgoing conveners. Now, there will be certificates coming your way, but we'll be delivering them through the old-fashioned mail approach rather than face-to-face. Well, that brings us to the end of the 2021 session. I thank you all for participating across the day. A big thank you to Energy Queensland for hosting us and for Matt for helping us through all the technical challenges today. I think it was, when we first talked about doing this, we wanted to have it a little bit more interactive than what we did last year. Last year was pre-recorded presentations on a YouTube channel. So I think we've achieved that a bit. I think for me, the discussions we've had at times today, even across the virtual, underlined what's missing in Cigre and what we need to get back, and that's that face-to-face opportunity for networking, because that's where the ideas come from and the value is. So I look forward to next year being able to participate in person, fingers crossed. And on behalf of Cigre Australia, thank you all for participating wherever you are. If we don't talk again before the end of the year, have a great relaxing Christmas vacation, a safe vacation, and we'll talk to you all in 2022. Thank you.
Yo.